Week 3 continues here at PMSL EMEA. We are gearing up for day 2 of week 3. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we will be getting underway very, very shortly as our teams are gearing up to go. We've had a little bit of a resurgence from quite a few of our teams. I think it's safe to say this week, some teams that we expected to do well last week and fell short of that mark have started out strong. But it is only that first day. There is still a chance for them to change that.
Can I just ask you a question really quick, though?
What's the question?
How come your hair keeps getting cooler every show? What's going on?
I don't know what
there?
it is. I think it grows, and it's just gone quite well today.
It's grown like quite boy bandish, like during the proceedings of this broadcast. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's happening.
Every day we come on, it's ooh, it's a new style today.
It could be anything. It could be anything. That's right. I like to keep it fresh and completely unpredictable. And you could stay up to date, I guess, with mine and Blank's hairstyles on our social media channels. You can see them down below us there. It's always a surprise for you as well, because you don't get to see me before the broadcast goes out. And so it's, we don't even, we're completely blind going into it. It's great. But yeah, make sure you're checking out the social media channels down beneath us for all your up-to-date PMSL EMEA action and general for European PUBG Mobile fans out there. It's the place to be, but not yet, because you've still got to watch the rest of this show. There is a lot of money on the line. Let's take a look at the breakdown of it. We, of course, have that big 400k on the overall totals there. The finals taking a big chunk of that, $227,500. That is a lot of moolah for getting to the finals.
It is. Just getting there is a lot of cash in your pocket straight away. We do have player bonuses. I think you've been crunching the numbers, John, before the show, in terms of our probably most notable prize, I would say, which is the Rising Star Award, which right now it looks to be ding dong. It is. Oh,
that's my job, is it?
That's your cue.
No, that's fair. No, absolutely. Currently, Brute Force have a new player on their roster for this season called Freezer. 53 eliminations. The guy's on fire so far over the course of it. Obviously, Brute Force didn't play yesterday, and they are going to be playing again today. So we'll see if he can keep up that record. A front runner currently for that Rising Star Award. There are the final prize pools breakdowns. You can see 5k minimum for just making it to the finals, and that, of course, going to add to that 2k guaranteed participation reward, meaning every team that gets to the finals is going to get minimum 7k from our prize pool, which is, I think, fairly generous. You'd be pretty happy with 7k.
Yeah, it's juicy. Let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday and see what we thought about it. John, here we do have Fireflux on our screens. Nice breakdown actually coming through from Solus. Wasn't as crazy for Fireflux in terms of yesterday. I think they had some good matches, but when Miramar rolled around, which is usually their playing ground, things didn't go as hot. Gladiators, on the other hand, fantastic day yesterday for them. Probably the best day for them so far.
Absolutely. I mean, they have absolutely, in the first 2 weeks, not been up to scratch. But with the adjustment to the roster, with the familiarity coming through with the tournament, yesterday was a lot cleaner. They fielded Matic, Meku, and
the Meksu.
Meksu. Who was I thinking of there?
Said
Not
Meksu.
entirely sure.
I was like, of course they wouldn't
Matic,
if they've got
Maxman,
a Meksu.
no, it was Matic, Meku, Frozen, and AZ was the roster. So Tixi was on the bench for them yesterday. And notably, their strongest performance to date, as you said. Is it the Tixi difference, or is it the week 3 difference? If they change it again today, we'll have to wait and see if they do. Then we'll get a little bit more of an answer, a little bit more of an insight on that front. But has the age of Tixi waned, or is he still up there for that Tixi supremacy?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tixi has had like the fortunate fact that Maxman's always repped your boy. Said it is Tixi supremacy. I think I had very different idea of what I thought about Tixi back in the day, which was the mad dog playstyle, is you kind of send him out and he can be very effective, and then he would come back to the team a lot more. So I think that Kitsune was able to sort of get him on a leash almost. That was a crazy rundown like that. But yeah, I was able to get him almost on that leash. And I think coming back to this tournament, that's not there anymore. And he's still making a lot of mistakes during these games. In fact, we saw a pretty significant mistake come through on their Sandhawk game a week ago, I think it was, and he was versus Besiktas, and Tixi makes a crossing very late, I would say at inopportune time, dies, and I would say that was the beginning of the loss coming through for the Gladiators. So I would not be surprised today if we don't see Tixi in the lineup. And it's frustrating because the guy is insanely skilled, but it feels like they need to get him back under control again.
Is it the time maybe for Tixi to move to another roster that needs a little bit more of that firepower, right? I mean, there's potential, obviously, for those roster shifts if it comes through. I don't want to sort of start pushing him out the door.
Get him off the team.
Before we
just on one. They need to get him in control.
Yeah, one day of games. But there has been. We've won a lot when you weren't here. So basically, bye.
Basically, you're the problem.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But there's always those interesting thoughts, inter-season changes that can happen. But we're looking at week 3 standings right now. IWNRX at the top, 60 points. S2G as well, a strong showing yesterday with 59 points earned. We're going to be taking a look at the teams sitting out, I think, in a minute. But Besiktas, Navi, Team Spirit, and Twisted Minds going to be taking their break for today. So Team Spirit won't be moving from that 55-point mark for the time being. None of the other teams on this front page as of yet from Group A. So it's just going to be Team Spirit, the notable barrier there on 55 points on their day without getting a single chicken dinner.
I mean, there can be only one A team within the tournament. Haha, get it, guys. And that is Team Spirit right now. But like you say, what are we playing today? So I'll take a little break off. IWNRX, though, looking to continue their streak from yesterday. And it was kind of nice because I think they had some ups and downs yesterday, mainly ups, but they were scattered in between some pretty significant downs. So the idea is that if they're able to ride back up those little valleys, that's very important, because last week it felt like they went down into a valley and then they lost all internet connection and never returned. So I think for IWNRX, this needs to be something that they can continue on that momentum. I think at this point, there is still great chance to pull themselves back in terms of those bonus points. Yes, they went down to, I think, 7 bonus points accrued yesterday, last week,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was.
But they got a good chunky 20 in their first week. So I think if they do well during week 3, they should be set for the finals. It would have been a lot less ideal if they started off really strong and then their 2 subsequent weeks were very bad. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. There's been some big adjustment made. And again, as I said yesterday, I do think that Zed Wolf right now is... I'm just going to go ahead and say I think he's the best player in PMSL EMEA at the moment.
Wow.
He's just insanely good. In terms of raw individual power, yeah, Zed Wolf's up there for me.
I think it's between him and Nomi, I think, in my mind, for top spot there. And to be in competition with Nomi is an achievement in and of itself. So, yeah, absolutely, I'd agree. Zed Wolf, a massive force to be reckoned with. When it comes to PUBG Mobile this season, we'll be seeing plenty more from him, I'm sure. Here's the second page. Enigma Galaxy down in 9th place. DA as well in 11th place. I think those are the 2 sort of drop-offs that we're seeing down to the second page that are most surprising. I mean, Fireflux, sure, I think you could argue that it's a bit of a surprise to see them here, but I feel like given their previous performances on the weeks, they were able to do better in week 2, but still, it hasn't really been that breakout performance that I would want to see from Fireflux in order to live up to potential expectations. So I think, Enigma Galaxy and DA, the 2 more surprising entries onto that second page for me.
Yeah, I think for DA, yesterday was a little bit awkward for him, but we'll talk a bit more about that in a short while. But for Enigma Galaxy, there is definitely issues within the team. I also think that there's some great positives within the team, which is why it's sort of difficult to pin down where Enigma Galaxy really belongs in these tables. Because I do think that they have some really good strengths about them, hindered by some shackles that have been put around the feet, which I think could easily be unlocked at this point in time if they just put a little bit of effort into doing it. Because there's just some of those rotations that might need adjusting a little bit. If it comes down to Ralph or anyone on that team for that matter, just to be like, look, I think some of our early game rotations kind of suck. Maybe we should fix that.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe that's probably something that you should be addressing. Let's take a look back towards the top of our tables, though, with the stats from IWNRX from this, I believe, just yesterday's games. Of course, all of week 3, I guess, technically, on their stats. I've been told they're coming. Week 3, day 1 versus week 2, day 1. Is that Digital Athletics? Have I just said it wasn't?
No, this is IWNRX. Yeah. Come on, man. I write these storylines for you in the old WhatsApp, and you're not reading them. It's not acceptable.
It's week 2 on the right, week 3 on the left. Oh my goodness me! Look,
if only you looked at these graphics beforehand, you would know. You should have just handed this off to me immediately, because I know what's going on during these graphics.
I will take 50% of the responsibility here.
Okay. All right. I mean, maybe I should have prepped you. Who knows?
Hey,
Who knows?
hey. IWNRX are on the screen, and that's what I said was going to happen.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about this graphic for me is that the damage received is very similar. So it feels more. So this seems to be a recurring trend that the amount of fights and the risk that IWNRX was taking has not changed week to week. The success rate of those fights, though, has considerably improved from week 2 to 3. Now, this could either be an indication of a very streaky team or an indication that some changes were made of when and where they were taking those fights. I do think they were getting themselves stuck into quite a few third parties last week. However, this week, at least day 1, it has felt like they have been taking some more time about when to hit those third parties and when to get in engagements. And I think that was notable from both the final Miramar and the first Sandhawk, right? Where they sort of gave up the ghost on that fight between them and RCB, knew there was a team underneath them in Team Spirit, and allowed RCB to be forced into them before just basically get themselves a free win. Now, I said that S2G definitely deserved that win over on Miramar at the end of the day, and I still 100% believe that. However, I also 100% believe that IWNRX put themselves in the best position that they could have done from the spot they were in to secure another chicken dinner on the day. So there have been some really nice changes coming through from IWNRX, and it was a difficult one for me to pinpoint of where those differences were being made, but it is just absolutely when and where they were taking those fights, which I really like. I really like that. It's a difficult change to make because it's not as simple as let's just change this rotation. It's a complete change of timing, and that in turn affects when your rotates come through. So a lot of changes have been made from week 2 to week 3, but no less aggression coming through from IWNRX.
No, and that is, as you said, going to be playing into their favor. Hopefully will continue to play to their favor today and keep that ball rolling, which is what we're sort of worried about, right? Because we saw that sort of effect happen with RCB in both weeks now, where that first day really strong, and then people start to sort of figure out how to play around it, how to be effective in those scenarios, and then that power just falls off. RCB, they started the first half of the day really strong, and maybe they've shrunk that first day. They've made it more efficient and only had the first half of the day to be really strong. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, for RCB, typically on their first day, they are one of the only teams, considering where they drop on the map. They're a lot of times very close to being in the center. I think Erangel, they drop around Rozhok, right? Over on Sandhawk, they drop Hainan. And in Miramar, again, it's fairly central position. So I think for, honestly, RCB, those first days, it's just all about getting towards the center nice and quick, whilst all the other teams figure out each other's rotations and adjustments that have been made from week to week. An adjustment that was made from last week is DA. I wanted to take a quick look here at their Erangel stats from yesterday, just all of just their Erangel stats from yesterday versus all of their Erangel's averages from last week. So you have week 3 on the right here.
Left.
On the left, sorry. I thought I had this under control.
Oh, dear. I can't believe you've done this. It's on the left.
Hey,
you bozo.
You calm down. You calm down right now. It's week 2 on the right and week 3 on the left, which is obviously correct. And the production team has done a great job, and that's my bad. But you can see that the fact is that they were taking a huge amount of space at the beginning of the games over towards the western side of Erangel, and they had this big split. They do this on multiple maps, so I think it was most prevalent yesterday on Erangel, where we saw Twisted Minds dropping on one of their players. typically, if you take a wide split at the start of the game, you can gain loads of space jump. However, with Twisted Mind dropping in, give themselves a couple of knocks, maybe just the one, it really affects their games, as you can see here. Almost half the damage done, and that's purely off the back of just losing one player. It's very important, and I think DA needs to now think about consolidating, but will that affect them too much?
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at our teams competing today in the matches. Oh no, not the teams competing. What maps they're going to be competing on? It's going to be Sandhawk.
What is happening?
I've no idea.
This pre-show is crazy. We have got everything wrong.
You know what?
Production is literally giving us the crystal clear information. Me and you are just fumbling.
Just like throwing stuff at a wall and seeing if it's right. Apparently, we're on a pretty a 20% hit rate right now. Sandhawk,
we are.
Erangel, Miramar. That's right.
That is correct.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the group.
Yes, I got it right.
Wow, it's the groups. Awesome.
I tell you what else I got right. It's Group A are sitting out. B, C, D, and
job,
E in today. So we're going to see the re-entry of Brute Force. Another chance for 3D Max and Moneymakers. And can Team Falcons make a little bit of a breakaway from the bottom of the tables? We'll have to wait and see.
I think it's actually super interesting that we get Group B in with these teams because historically, Brute Force, Moneymakers, 3D Max, Team Falcons are all rotating teams to play against, in my opinion. They all take awkward rotations. They're all looking for these crazy little third parties. And respect to all the players within these teams because they're really good at it. But it does create a little bit of discord within the lobby. I think it was very noticeable yesterday that these teams weren't playing within the lobby because so many of the rotations were really smooth, John. And we had like 16 teams in Circle 5. I don't think that's going to be the case today with these squads back into the mix.
I mean, we might even see that 3D Max S2G hot drop starting to re-emerge. It's fun to watch, and if you guys have enjoyed watching it so far, then you can tell us about it in our survey. Check over in the chat and have an impact on the future of the PMSL by filling out that survey with all your opinions that we will carefully read through and hopefully absorb some of the better end of it. Yeah. If you're just saying, I would like to have more tea and biscuits whilst I watch the show, there's not a lot we can do about that. We can try, but
we can maybe we can sort you out. I don't know, but yeah, we are once again begging you to do the survey.
Please do the survey.
I am begging you to do the survey so I can get my pack of monster at the end of this tournament.
Oh yeah,
it was contractually popped in there. And if you guys are also tired of being tired, grab yourself a Monster Energy, unleash that beast that was residing within you the whole time. You can find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Monster Energy, our official energy drink sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. Don't forget the name.
What name? What?
Well, PMSL, EMEA, and Monster Energy, of course.
Okay, both of them at the same time. We are going to be dropping into Sandhawk first of all. We're kicking off day 2 over in the jungle, as we always do. Cow, plane path down to docks. So, again, on Sandhawk, very unlikely to have a plane path that denies access to anywhere on the map. We're keeping our eyes on Paradise Resort right now. 3D Max, are they going to hot drop? Looks like they're going to spread out, but are Power going to take the fight with them or go further over towards Hartin? It looks like 3D Max going to play that split drop on the northwest side, not going to have that Paradise Resort hot drop.
No, and I think that's reasonable. Actually, they would go for this rotation quite frequently towards the beginning of the tournament, and it was better. It was better. They had success from this spot on the map. Moneymakers taking up boot camp whilst Team Spirit are away on holiday. They're just looking after the place, making sure it stays nice and clean. So thank you very much, Moneymakers, for jumping in and using Team Spirit Airbnb, apparently.
Yeah, we also were looking yesterday at how I believe it was Enigma Galaxy dropped a little bit further up that coastline on the southwest side to try and create some conflict here on the southwest island. But I believe it was Na'vi who were dropping out towards Tambang, and without them playing today, that really isn't the same sort of dynamic that they can go for Enigma Galaxy. So back to their old tricks, just playing a nice wide split. And the circle does go southwest, which is their least favorite circle in the game, because it means that they don't get to play on the edge of these later circles.
Well. Well, they will try. They will try. Again, I don't want to harp on too much about Enigma Galaxy, but it's just the mistake is so significant on these circles that it's hard just not even talk about it. So you know what I'm going to do?
Okay.
I'm going to challenge myself because I'm sure all you guys in chat are also sick of me saying this. I'm sick of saying it. So I'm going to challenge myself not to talk badly about Enigma Galaxy during this Sanhok. I am going to... I promise you, it's fine. Let's talk about some different teams.
Okay.
At the moment, Onyx Ravens and Footballist Chaos are very close to one another over towards the eastern side, which is sort of surprising considering there is a lot of space over towards the northeast edge of the map. I mean, not everyone wants to drop in Barn, but Mong Nai's open. Even the trash compounds just the eastern side of Paris Resort, which you can potentially cut out players from Paris Resort. The teams within this lobby have given S2G such a free path into the circle. It's unbelievable.
And without Team Spirit being there as well, that's another major obstacle that S2G would normally face on a rotation like the one that sits before them. I'm also interested in what DA can do with this match, right? Because they are not going to be dropped on by Na'Vi. They are not going to lose a player early on. I shouldn't say that. It's unlikely that they're going to lose a player early on. It could happen, of course, but they have got a lot of space around them early game. And that's what we said we wanted to see change. Rookie taking the fight out the window with Saleh there. And the spray down is good. But there's backup for the Onyx Ravens. I don't think Rookie can go for this flush. Yeah, and look, immediately goes down, gets flushed. And this should be a fairly simple res to go for the Onyx Ravens without Footballers Chaos being too close by. So good news. For Digital Athletics, this is the game where they need to come back swinging, right? They have a little opening to go with 4. Enigma Galaxy might be their first challenge moving in from the south. Vigors takes another shot over towards Falconist as we hop back over to this Lakawi engagement. Gets the flush, and 2 players now for Footballers Chaos. And actually, Vigors is alone against 2 players pushing on up. The rest of the team a little bit far away, but he's got that DBS, he's got that AUG as well. And the rest of the team can start to come through. A nade being cooked as well. Great, really, really powerful, but the DBS just finds him through the door. And that should be a flush for Footballers Chaos, getting a little bit of a retribution, getting a point back in hand.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Vigors. I actually think he played that pretty well, honestly. And he did back off the doorway. It's just such unfortunate timing. And the DBS shot through the sliver of door that he was still visible through. I genuinely think the reason he goes down there is because he dropped down the stairs. So the stray slug actually hit him in the head, which immediately took him down. So honestly, I think Vigors plays that well. And overall, I think this engagement between Onyx Ravens and Footballers has been very well orchestrated by the Ravens, just because, you know, Lakawi is a really difficult position to play out of. And the reason you don't want to spend too much time here, and a lot of times that you send players up towards those warehouses early on, is so that you don't have to deal with a team circling over towards those ridges and taking shots at you as you start to come out from Lakawi. So they had a player within Lakawi, 2 players over towards the warehouses, and 1 on the trash drop. So it was perfectly played to sort of corral Footballers Chaos always into a fairly unfavorable engagement. But yeah, I think Vigors just gets very unlucky there.
That's just how it goes sometimes. The rest of Onyx Ravens going to try and keep the crunch going. However, in the meantime, S2G have left Paradise Resort and actually now embroiled a little bit with 3D Max, so difficult terrain there. DA moved south from Ruins and are close to Enigma Galaxy to potentially have a little bit of conflict on that southwest island. And I believe IWNRX tried to get into Bainan, but spotted it was occupied and pulled back a little bit. They're playing on that walled compound to the northeast side. Other than that, not too much conflict going on across the rest of the map. It is just this this standoff now between the Onyx Ravens and Footballers Chaos.
3D Max, though, do you find themselves that not going to flush over towards S2G? It's the first time in a while we've actually seen that work out, which is, it feels like a simple change. Frustratingly simple, in fact. Don't drop in Paris Resort. Go down, cut off one of the many free rotational paths that S2G has been taking in Sanhok. Get elimination. Easy peasy. Good nade there from Ali.
Yeah, puts it right in over the windowsill, and Doka Machine goes down instantly. Nothing really he could do about it. Storm now with the DBS and the M4. Steps out, wants to take the fight to them instead of waiting for his demise. Saleh on the same staircase that claimed figures. Might have better luck with it, but he's already low. Needs to pull back, get some healing done. The blue zone's ticking away. And there's the flush over onto Doka Machine. Storm still holding off versus 3. Ali goes down, but there's the trade. And Lath able to pick up his teammate as well. Onyx Ravens keep going. Footballers Chaos not so lucky.
I mean, football, Onyx Ravens got a little while to go here, but they're still at that point in the blue where it's very livable. Brute Force have been on the edge of the map for a long, long time. Falcons taking knocks here, attempting to head over towards S2G, sort of feeding them points a little bit. Damar will send a nade across. And this is what I was talking about, you know, 2 Group B teams coming in directly. 3D Max and Falcons affecting these rotations of S2G in such a massive way. It's almost unsurprising they were able to get some good games yesterday because of it. Heroic is just dying. I mean, coming up against IWNRX, currently the first place team, is a bit difficult.
Hassan trying to operate on the off angle, sorry, on the main angle, as Ragnarok gets taken down from the off angle. 2 players down for IWNRX as Frozen does get rezzed. You can see Swain there looking fairly safe unless there's a third party from Moneymakers up north. You can see them off in the wings, or if RCB push out, and looks like they might try and do. Look at this, Loxy, the scout towards this location. They'll be aware of presence in this lobby. There are shots coming on in from the Moneymakers up the north side, and Zedwolf doesn't want to go for this res here. Instead, gonna fall all the way back to Frozen. Move the vehicle in so they have a little bit more cover.
Crazy will take down Ragnar. 2 knocks on the side of S2G. But they appear to be handling it. Kelsey actually knocked as well. So this is getting pretty tough. Just 1 player remaining. Moneymakers here sending nades in over towards IWNRX. Constantly getting re-knocked there. Kine will be flushed out. Biscay just sending so many over the top here. It's been a tough fight. I think the Moneymakers took some good angles over towards this engagement. I think they even stole a couple of the eliminations over towards Heroic, in fact, John.
Getting a couple more points added to the tally. Always good news. IWNRX currently, with their 1 player down, managing to get just the 1 elimination. Heroic, 3 of their players dispatched. I see. Playing that high ground. And moving south from boot camp early, claiming this hilltop, especially in this circle, highly, highly valuable for the Moneymakers. Currently, no one challenging them out, with S2G getting dismantled on the northeast side, with 3D Max stopping in boot camp. No one's really pushing from the north side, and IWNRX in their compound holding them out from the south. The danger for them will come when these fights start to conclude. When you're playing up on this position, teams are going to be paying attention to you. Teams are going to be looking away. It's going to be 3D Max pushing in from that north side once they've dealt with the teams around them, or potentially Brute Force even further north than that if 3D Max don't do well there. And their eastern side that could be vulnerable to potential pushes in the future.
You know what, John? I like what Enigma Galaxy's done here. They are on the edge, sure. However, they decided not to take that awkward rotate over towards Camp Charlie and just head across the bridge and get absolutely obliterated by Virtus Pro. You can understand why they've made this play here. They've headed towards those buildings on the south side, a little bit high ground to play with as well, overlooking towards DA. They are at the back of the queue. It's the only position to be in. They will have to fight something out. That might mean northwest rotate here over the bridge into the blue quickly. And then maybe trying to attempt to take Confluence Compound. But overall, I think Enigma Galaxy realizes that this position, although awkward to play in, is the best chance at survival. As a 4, by the way, as a 4, there's certainly other opportunities for Enigma Galaxy that they've done in the past to go down to 1 player and live towards the end of the game. But this one is good. I am pleased with the way they've decided to go about this.
Virtus Pro trying to move a little bit closer to the middle, but they can't get into this walled compound. Going to be very tricky to do so. Moneymaker's going to try and slow this down. Zedwolf popping shots. And Virtus.pro do manage to get a pretty decent hilltop out to the east side of Moneymakers and control a lot of teams out to the northeast side. If they can establish themselves now, if they can get that information and position themselves well against the encroaching threats from the northeast, from the east as well, they're in a pretty decent spot. You can see the Moneymakers, though, have got that high ground that sits over them, so it's going to be pretty tricky to deal with that.
Sort of curious which gate guard Virtus.pro bribed there to get into this spot. Everyone just needs to let them through. They took a little bit of damage on the way in, but everyone was so concerned about their own positioning that they've just accepted that they are now in the circle.
Virtus.pro into some buildings as well, into a compound in a central area, atop a hill. Only the Moneymakers really can stop them at this point. So we'll see if they're able to do so. You can see Old Boy pretty keen to crack off a couple of shots, but down towards the buildings, there is that cover from the roof. The windows just need to be stayed away from, and they should be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. This is sort of a spot that you go to, and you're just trying to get towards the end game, right? And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I think running between building and building, though, may be a little bit more dangerous, but I think they're okay. So for Virtus.pro, they make what I would call a fairly dangerous rotate and get away with it. Gladiators play over towards that Confluence compound. Still plenty of areas this circle can go to. Silas, once again, being a menace in the lobby. I love the little angles this guy takes. And he's always trying to, you know, change the game slightly. Make some innovations.
He's been a bit of
One of his innovations is playing by himself and being a team unto himself.
He's been a bit of a bridge troll right now. I mean, his rest of his team's over in Painan. You can see them off in the distance. They've got Enigma Galaxy to worry about, though. So maybe they'll be recalling Silas fairly soon. But stopping DA on that bridge could be good news. Wild, in the meantime, holding off against Enigma Galaxy, who continue to push forwards from the south side. They find Kiss. And that's a good opening for Enigma Galaxy to start to move through. Coops up on high. Lord trying to move down through the streets. They are going to descend, moving together, flowing through Painan. Wild with the DBS could be pretty brutal here as Lord finds the spray down onto the flush with the UMP.
I mean, thank the Lord that Enigma Galaxy finally identifies Painan as a place in the circle that you can go to, right? They confirm that it exists. It's just odd to me they've never been here. But, again, I'm not breaking my promise. I like that they have come here. The coming here was good. Taking big nade from Loxy, bad.
Onyx Ravens also took some shots on an off angle from that hilltop out to the east to take down the first player for Enigma Galaxy. If that hadn't have happened, they'd already be in World's building, and I think he would have been gone. He would have been gone by this point. Another nade over in from Loxy. And RCB can reposition. Silas still hasn't left the bridge, which is an interesting choice for them. And it's Onyx Ravens who continue to be a menace onto the backline. Ralph goes down, gets flushed. And this is such a difficult approach now for Enigma Galaxy, with everyone just taking these shots. Coops goes down to Ali on the off angle. It is such a good turn of events for RCB. They've been kept so safe by this third party.
I don't think Onyx Ravens really touched them at all either. It's because the guys from Enigma Galaxy had to be outside for so long. That is probably the easiest nade in Wild's life there. They were discussing what they had for dinner last night when he sent that nade in. Again, I can't be too disappointed with Enigma Galaxy there. I think they made the choice that was going to get them furthest into the game. And I think it's surprising that Onyx Ravens would be down here at this point of the match, right?
Yeah. And they're out because of it. I mean, that's why it is surprising. Because you put yourself on such a back foot to get into position. RCB go down. They kind of just fell flat there. A couple of teams got picks. I think, yeah, Silas went down by the bridge. And they just bled out on their move north from Painan. So nobody from Painan going to be making it into this next circle.
Again, I think that the funny thing about this is that teams that have just shotgunned their approach towards the circle, right, and tried to go for a central position, have found success. Teams trying to play like an edge play style and slowly work their way in have just been shunted out. And again, it's that back and forth flow of central gameplay and edge gameplay. This is probably the cruelest shift that could have come through, and I know it's directly center, but I think a lot of teams were hoping for a northwest, southwest, just somewhere that was not the middle of the map that might have kept more of them in. Because I think a lot of them are very comfortable with the cover they're currently holding. They have to move. They're moving out into sightlines. I think the only team that is somewhat safe off the back of this one, who is on the outer edge, is 3D Max. This cuts off the rotation that you would go for usually when assaulting that position from 3D Max, which is over towards Warehouse on the east side. So if anything, they're like, Bonza, this is good. No more checking behind us anymore.
They'll take that one. These are the replays of what brought Nick the Galaxy to a grinding halt over in Painan. But as you say, you like what they were going for. It's just an unfortunate turn of events that everybody's moved out to play the edge a little bit more this time around. Power made the swim from the Northwest Island and made landfall near boot camp. They've obviously taken control of that beach now. And can they keep pushing into this next zone? Gladiators, not so lucky with BA playing parallel to them. They're taking shots and AZ has been knocked.
Easy down the hill. But it is having to move upwards. Again, this is all sloping up on the hillside. That is why it's really difficult. Diego down finally. Power on that northwest side. Been a little bit quiet, but 2 eliminations. It's not too bad. IWNRX similarly having to push their way up. And again, this is why you are confused that Virtus Pro was just allowed to come in.
It's such a strong position right now. You're right. Virtus Pro, they literally just drove there. They pressed forwards, and that was it. Like, nobody stopped them, which, as time goes on, I'm seeing your point more and more. It is a bit baffling as to how that has been able to happen. Brute Force go down. They tried to push in on the northeastern side. Wasn't successful. A lot of teams in their way. 3D Max as well, now launching their campaign from boot camp. Going to be pushing up towards Fireflux on the east side of this hill. Trying to launch out some nades. That's a good one from Solus to be able to find Victor. And slow down 3D Max quite effectively. Another one to Stoics, and it's looking pretty shaky right now with a backline on Robs. Very, very far away. They're going to need to find something more. Nade right on top of a player there for 3D Max and immediately losing him to the flush. Solus continues to roll these stones over towards 3D Max's way, and it's been pretty effective so far.
What is Robs doing? And why is he still in boot camp?
He's just holding. He's holding it down. He's holding it down.
I mean, your boys need help.
Absolutely.
Like, imminently. So, yeah, sort of an interesting one. Maybe disagreed with the decision. Was staying behind in protest.
He's there now. Backing up the rest of his team. 3 players alive.
You guys needed help, did you?
For 3D Max. Did you guys order some help over here? IWNRX losing a further player, leaving them just on Zedwolf. A very powerful player in his own right. Moneymakers. 3 players alive. They've lost Koa now, and he steps up, goes for 1, turns his attention over towards oh boy, and I had a little blink of belief inside of me there, but it was snuffed out pretty quickly.
It felt like it was going to happen. As soon as he jumped into action, nice transfer on the shotgun as well. It almost felt like it was server delay tick that actually gets him killed there, because the shots looked fairly accurate, right? Virtus Pro, though, start to make their move outwards. Nice nade here from Furia, who was... He was always second best to Naomi, but was certainly a terror in EU for nades.
That's a really unfortunate place to go down for Furia in this situation. Lux close enough to get that flush, but he's being pushed off the ridgeline and might not be able to make it much further. Indeed, he won't. Robs going down on that off angle. Furia also getting confirmed on that outer ring. Leaves no teams on 4 players alive. Virtus Pro losing that 4th member brings them even. Moneymakers now kind of being cinched in by Virtus Pro, by 3D Max on the north.
Yeah, again, I think you said this multiple times, but coming off the hillside is really difficult. I'm not sure how there was no knock that went through after that nade. It looked so on point. Corker immediately starts hitting the first aid kit. He knows another nade is coming shortly. It doesn't pop. Or it did pop, and that one was just really on the money there. They bought themselves some time. 3D Max just gets the open compound on the north side. What is going on in this game is people are like, have it. You may remain there. It is open for you.
It's just, I mean, it's downhill. Maybe they didn't favor the downhill position. Moneymakers didn't want to come down. And that is just going to benefit 3D Max in this situation. Another knock sent over to Milky Way, and Virtus Pro starting to fall over now. 12 eliminations for the Moneymakers. Coming back on into week 3. This is, of course, their first match in, as it is, I believe, for 3D Max, right? So both of these two teams looking to put up a good first match into this week, and it's a 3v2.
I mean, right now, I want to say the Moneymakers just have the advantage in terms of manpower. They got on top.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a jump that they just made to get up there, by the way.
Yeah, quite a slope down to that building. It allows you to parkour your way up there. Bishke drops down for one, but it's traded off. Victor now solo. 1 versus 2. Flush goes into the pocket for Moneymakers, adding a 13th elimination to their tally. Upstairs, downstairs, and Victor now completely trapped on the inside. With Old Boy up top, a little bit closer to the center. The smokes there might give him the cover he needs. And if Victor can find an aid onto Icy, no, it's just not going to happen. Look at that.
He can't leave. And he can't spot the player above. He just has to hit these shots, which he does. But he's on no HP now. Just has to confirm the flush, potentially try and get Old Boy. Got down to 25%, John. That is great. I don't know if they got the elims points on that from 3D Max. They might have done. I don't think they did. But a great game for Moneymakers regardless. And it does bring back to what we mentioned at the start of this, which is the fact that Group B is an irritating group. It's the Bumblebee group, right? They're just tough to deal with, and I genuinely think that it does cause massive problems within the lobby. But I really like that play. And I almost sort of want to see a replay of them all just running down the hill and then all of them jumping onto the roof like some kind of Superman movie. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff to take that high ground. A nice play to see themselves safe in that final circle. Is a replay of the unfortunate sideswipe from the Onyx Ravens onto Enigma Galaxy's push through Painan. Well principled, but fell on the hurdles that were presented to it. Hassan holding on the inside for Heroic, and I think they did quite effectively maintain the south side of that walled compound with IWNRX on the north side, but it was just not to be for them. They kept on going down. Bishke dropped down, getting Narvalo there on a long hop with the DBS. Really nice pickup.
Yeah, honestly, gorgeous to see that. But I really, really enjoyed this game. It was very, very interesting. Bishke, all the accolades going his way. 1,500 damage, which is a lot of damage. Very nice 8 eliminations. Some great nades from him, actually, that match. So you can sort of understand it over towards IWNRX. But, again, I do think that S2G gets away with some crazy rotations when some of these teams aren't inside the lobby. And I think they've just been getting away with some crazy rotations overall. I mean, I was looking at some of the games yesterday in my free time, and because it was bothering me. S2G, I was like, why can't I figure out what's wrong? And it's because so many teams just leave gaps open for S2G to get through that it's a similar situation to IWNRX on some games where they just saunter in. Again, with Virtus Pro, they just saunter in. A lot of teams are more concerned with their position within the circle as opposed to holding some teams out, where you get these bizarre scenarios where Virtus Pro can just zoom through 5 teams and get one of the best compounds in the lobby.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that as we covered during that match, that was allowed to happen. probably we'll see that adjusted. Maybe not today, but certainly for tomorrow. Let's drop down to our second page. Brute Force, unfortunate start to their campaign. The Northeast side, with 3D Max being in there, with S2G as well, already ahead of them in the queue. Their path was just not to be. DA as well, another not great showing. They had a free run of it as well early on, remember, with their drop being very uncontested, so it was from their own demise. That is quite a one-sided graph right now. It is a left-heavy
numbers right there.
It's a left-heavy graph right there on the damage numbers. 3.3 thousand damage for the Moneymakers.
Yeah, honestly, a great game from the Moneymakers there. And you know what I will say? I feel like Moneymakers do often have to take advantage of lobbies and take advantage of where players are and expose their weaknesses that way. But I think that game, they just played good and proper PUBG Mobile. Not to say that, you know, the backstabbing playstyle isn't very fun to watch and can get you a lot of success, but I just enjoyed the fact that what we saw from them was really just clean gameplay. Great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a quick break and come back with the next match where they'll have a chance to try and keep it clean and keep it mean. PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA will be back in just a few.
Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
When we play, you better run.
Ну да, сильнейшими командами, я думаю, этого турнира будем мы, Team Spirit. S2G должны показать хороший результат. Рагнукари. Но они... Будет. Я не думаю, что они сильнейшие, они сильные в ганскилле. Но не металкой. Насчет металки я не знаю, но мне кажется, что
турки очень агрессивны в плане того, что если у них что-то не получается, они сразу по столу фигачат.
SBG могут выстрелить, 3D Max. 3D Max могут выстрелить, потому что у них слишком... Во-первых, взаимопонимание очень сильное.
Очень сильная индивидуалка у каждого.
Очень сильная индивидуалка.
Да, там на 400 герц.
Так еще мета того, что сейчас будет ДБС.
Будет ДБС, да.
То, что в ногу продаешь все, ты в ноке.
Поэтому SBG, да. Я поставлю их.
Не, парни, мета будет на бизоне сегодня. И в ближайшее время.
Бизон.
На Бизон берил калаш. Это новый мета.
Бизон имба.
Почему берил не будет?
Так версия игры.
Будет калаш Бизон.
На Мирамаре что?
На Мирамаре? Я думаю, что на Мирамаре... На Мирамаре, короче, нужно убить одного, а дальше они сами просто будут все прятаться.
На второй
как они обычно, типа, делают. Ну, типа, они просто, вот, все, вот, они теряются.
It's not looking good. Hands to a knife fight. Come on now. Nades to a knife fight. There we go. That is going to be Team Enigma down. Team Spirit. That second place woke them up.
По моему мнению, больше всех будут оправдываться Enigma Galaxy, потому что Рауф чаще всего ищет какие-то отговорки, что мешают внешние факторы. Поэтому я склоняюсь больше к Enigma Galaxy.
I would love to face Fireflux 4v4 at the end of the game, because we will just win them every time.
Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
I have only one thing to say to the other teams. When we play, you better run.
Group B making their mark in their first day in week 3. They were able in that last match to get top 2 positions with 3D Max sidling on in pretty late to that one, but it was the moneymakers to be able to take that one home with a pretty effective and efficient chicken dinner. We're getting ready for our first Erangel to come up next as these teams are getting locked and loaded for round 2 on the day.
Valor doesn't seem too happy about that last game. I mean, getting the win would have been nice. Having Robs in the fight would have been nice as well. Cheering up a little bit now with support from his brother here in Victor. Not his real brother, but they've been together so long that kind of feels that way. Fireflux, it's not looking the best.
No, I think that's kind of fair enough. Obviously, so far this tournament, they haven't massively impressed, right? They've been doing pretty well, right? All things considered, I think on the bonus points, they're in 9th place right now with 25 points. It's likely that we see them getting over towards those finals in 12th place on the tables as it stands at the start of the day. I think that will be changing over the course of today. But they kind of are just this middling team. Are they a 13th place team? We'll have to wait and see. Certainly going to be given the best opportunity to ladder up today, though, using the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA, because with that piece of kit, it's only you that's the limiting factor. And that seems like what is happening to a few of our teams. DA as well on our screens right now seem to have been limiting themselves over the last few days that we've seen them play.
Yeah, there's been a few hiccups basically for this team, and I think that there's certainly things that they can improve on and do better. I think they've sort of cracked the case on one of the hardest parts of the game, though, which is the end game, right? That does require some tactical mastery. However, the early game can be pretty easy to fix. It's just some better rotations, figuring out how you want to get that early drop done. I think a lot of that can be done. It just takes time, really. That's all it is. It's time and effort to go over the plan in detail, research the drop spots, which you can see all the teams are pretty much doing with all their separate sheets, etc. What's gone on during these past games. But yeah, it just takes a little bit of mental fortitude. Dig deep in those moments when you go home and you think the day's over, but it's only just begun.
Yeah, half the battle is fought before the games even start. And it is a mental game as much as anything else. So you're right, you do need to dig deep. Next up is Erangel. Of course, we are going to be sailing back. Well, sailing? I guess sailing on the air currents. Why not? Over the grassy pastures of Erangel once more. With IWNRX still at the top of the tables, the teams that weren't playing yesterday will be looking to hunt them down. Moneymakers jumping up into 11th place overall with the 25 points that they were able to get in the first match alone. They will be looking to put more road behind them as they jet on in to the first of our Erangels.
Again, for the Moneymakers, we have to understand that this is a team that has massive gains but also can fall off as well. So I do believe that for them, there was a change being made, and we identified on our last match as well, which is the case. It was just good, clean PUBG Mobile. A lot of their previous games have been won off the back of some speed, alacrity, and just downright brutal nature in those late games on the third parties. But that game just felt a lot smarter overall. So I do really like that from the guys over on the Moneymakers. Hopefully they can continue showing that to us today. As we head into our first Erangel of the day. Always good fun is Erangel. Pretty fair no matter where you go on this map. Some more awkward positions than others. I think we saw a nice little ruins finish yesterday, which was pretty unfun for a lot of teams to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was Power who were able to take that one home. They got a lot of control early. They played a decent split and kept that control throughout all of it. It looks like we might be heading down to military base now, though, Blank, with the circle shifting all the way down there. The Gladiators going to a backup drop, a split around that military island. We know that IW Next EMEA play on that ferry pier location. Onyx Ravens, they find themselves a Falcon. I don't think that Damar lasts too much longer. There is 0 safe sides on that tree, and he will be taken down very, very quickly. And a nice point earned early for the Onyx Ravens, added to Vigor's tally.
Lovely stuff. I think for Onyx Ravens, that last game was not bad from them. They just got themselves in an awkward position after a really long engagement in that early game, right, John? Which is never fun to be in at all. And I think that they did a good job of kind of understanding how they wanted to play that game out. But the fact of the matter is, they spent too long there after Vigors went down. Can always really ruin your games. Gladiators, though, Moneymakers, losing Icy right off the bat here. There's a lot of teams flocking down towards Sosnovka as we saw that circle. Really, really difficult shift there. With the plane path basically putting a lot of teams on this pathway anyway. Yeah, it was always going to be chaos on this south side.
It's going to get messy. Just how messy is the question. Power actually making it fairly successfully through the bridge. Not being slowed down there. But the hillside's starting to get a little bit hotter now. As teams condense together on that western side. The northeast side is actually going to be interesting as well. Heroic looking to cross on the east bridge against Brute Force, trying to hold their regular drop spot around Novo. And there's the double spray down from Freezer. He was on top of the tables when it came to those new entries to this tournament for a rising star potential. the highest placing rookie right now, and you can see with that spray down just why he's up there.
Yes, you can. I think for Freezer, he's had a really phenomenal tournament here at the PMSL EMEA, and I think that there is certainly players on the team who put in more work in terms of the gunfights with Chudo as well as Neos. But in terms of being like a really good backup member, really good backup player for the team, and just overall clutcher of some gunfights, he has been phenomenal for Brute Force. I can't even remember the amount of times that it's been a 1vX situation where 2 or 3 of his teammates have been knocked. He's been able to clutch it out and then get 3 of his teammates back up again and ready to go. And that has resulted in some high point gains for them. So without Freezer, certainly Brute Force would be much lower on the overalls. So they'll be really pleased on that pickup of the squad. And it's some nice scouting from them as well in terms of player talent. Power moved down off that bridge. There was so much chaos going on down towards that south side that there's practically no competition here. No one even attempted to stop them. So fairly easy approach for them. RCB Wild going for that similar rotation, just swimming across. But I think because this was confirmed so early and so many teams were close to it, it's a bit more of an awkward swim. I think that they are more than likely going to be held out. And so many other teams have the same idea, John.
I mean, it's a rotation that I praised and I think was very effective in a previous week. I think it was RCB, if I'm not mistaken, going for that early swim across. And so teams have obviously figured out, oh, that's a viable strategy. Let's not use the bridges anymore. Okay. This is quite interesting. 3D Max going for a high and long rotation right now. Is this... I don't remember ever seeing this being done before. Taking the glider over towards that military island. It's going to work. And 3D Max are going to be pretty happy about this.
Is there 2 of them, or is there also a boat involved here?
There's 2 of them in this glider. But yeah, I don't know if the second lot of them are going to be playing in that boat or if they're going to be in another glider. Yeah. You're right. It's gone pretty well. There's even a vehicle there to pick them up on.
Yeah, I think the second lot are in a boat there. They're a bit slower. But in terms of getting position and figuring out where you want to play from, wonderful. This gets them in very, very quickly. I mean, rocking up in the boat doesn't always give you the most amount of purview of the situation. This way, you can find a spot nice and easily, have the aerial view to do it. And now they're in a great spot for themselves. Wonderful. It's great news for 3D Max.
It's an interesting decision, right? Because the danger of going in a glider is that people spot you. So I'll come back to that as Gladiators looking to tear Fireflux away from their vehicles, away from their positions. A lot of angles held by the Gladiators. Solus trying to make his way through. His teammate wasn't able to do so. This vehicle's getting very, very low, but no damage finding its way through just yet. Meku wants to spray. It's very, very close to going up in flames. I think it's on fire there. Solus going to have to hop out fairly soon, but the rest of Fireflux now going to maintain that split away. It is indeed on fire. Solus gambling with his time right now, getting on into military base.
Goodness me, yeah, no, the vehicle just smoking away there. I think 1 or 2 more shots and it would have been done for. Yeah, Fireflux just trying to fly through. Gladiators, I think Power are able to get in before the Gladiators even thought about doing something like this. They were preoccupied with looking over towards Moneymakers. Here's DA making a long, long rotate. They're in their boat, but we're almost into stage 2 already. Virtus Pro still haven't left Milter. They'll be coming down from the Povka.
I do just want to loop back a little bit onto what 3D Max were doing in the glider. The timing of that rotation, again, very important. You can't be going for that when the ground underneath you is going to be very, very occupied. The reason that they were able to successfully land that glider rotation is because a lot of teams were still fighting around that bridge, were still positioning around that area. If they did the same thing right now, they would be taken down by the teams in Observatory, by Brute Force as well, who have moved a little bit further south with their outpost, and other teams as well moving through that area. So the timing on that one, crucial. Looks like they're not going to be uncontested on the ground, though, because Heroic have got a central area, and Victor has already gone down to it.
Yeah, I mean, for 3D Max, they're still technically coming in late, right? I don't think you can argue that fact. And Heroic in front of them, they drop down towards this south spot anyway. 2 have gone down for Heroic though, so this is still salvageable for 3D Max. Just need to find a decent grenade across. They could desperately do with some death crates as well at this point. I think they're only sporting the nades.
Ragnarok trying to get back inside. Rob's close by, but the only one to be able to handle it. Heroic just going to disengage. I've put a question mark on that choice because there's a high ground advantage and Rob's is right there, immediately trying to turn around back to their cover, but they're just so indecisive in this scenario, and Ragnarok eating half his health bar away, and then he's back on the inside, and it's a massive disadvantage again for Heroic.
This is just a weird one overall, John. I'm unsure on the decision making here from Heroic. 3D Max just continues to bombard. Ragnarok doesn't take too much damage.
Dropping the nades out. In the meantime, Navalo has got the off angle that he was looking for. The shot in for Robs is good. Are Brute Force going to move down and try and contest the high ground away from 3D Max now, though? Because they're playing as 3. They're fairly split. Every single one of them in a weak spot right now. But Brute Force more concerned with guarding out this bridge on the north side of them. The shift out to the circle, off to that west side of the military island now, means that teams are going to have to move through. So that east bridge, there's a bit of a hurry on it coming on through. S2G, Foot Chaos both trying to look to cross. Virtus Pro as well, going to be feeling the pressure on that one, who are still yet to make their way through. Nobody out on that west bridge though, so potential for Foot Chaos to go all the way around and loop through crossing there.
I think so many teams opted to go for that eastern crossing, John. And with the circle shifting over towards the west side like this, I think it's purely because they saw so many shoots on that western side that people were like, right, the bridge is not the best of crossings. And because Power was the closest to the bridge when it all started popping off in that area, they were one of the few teams to actually be able to make it across in time. So everyone was like, well, we have to swim this across or go east side. But now east side has become an incredible hot pot of disaster.
I feel like there was a little bit of plane path diff as well here, because remember, it was quite eastern leaning, not really Georgia Pole available on that drop. So
Yeah.
A lot of teams will have dropped out into backup drops around that eastern side as well. So it's sort of a two-pronged reason for this traffic jam that sits still on this eastern bridge, and why Brute Force are committing to it so heavily, because there's a lot of points to be earned for doing this.
Yeah, I think as they start to come across, if you can find those shots, absolutely fine, because most teams coming into stage 3 will be really worried about the time it's taking them to get across at the moment. However, S2G is probably going to soak up some of those points earlier on. They do have the inside track there with those high ground in the 3 stories that sit around the south side of farm, as you can see right here. Just tempting to get the players as they come in, already finding 2 eliminations so far. Falcon's still on the outside edge.
Hamzy spray over towards Ragnar, but they divert their attention. Does Ragnar, the last player for Falcons now, just go to the western bridge and try and heal on out? He's got 4 first aids, stage 3. He's got 2 more energy drinks in the back pocket. He should be fairly set to be able to make that journey if there's a bit of safety to be found. Might change out the vehicles as well, but you just want to keep on going. 3D Max, they have managed to make it to the west side. They were playing all the way out on the east, remember, so getting through here, a good result, but they are on 3 players after losing their player to that fight that they had with Heroic.
Yeah, if they're able to take down Power as well, at least one of the players makes their position even stronger over towards that airstrip. Having the chance to control over towards that western space is nice. There is teams that are still going to be a problem for them on that western side. The couple of compounds that sit around where Gladiators are playing are really, really nice. It just depends how long you can hold on to it. Tixie gets ripped out of position over towards that western side, though. And I think now Footballers Chaos probably have a very strong approach into this circle, John.
from that west side, that high ground that overlooks the descent towards the military base. Really, really powerful. Gladiator's going to be a bit protected from it, but this compound is very, very difficult to move around. The difficulty obviously being that it's right on the edge of this next circle, so they are likely going to have to make a descent. I like 3D Max's position right now. I think it's probably one of the strongest points of this map as it stands. They have a great shot at going into the military base, because obviously having a foot inside there, very, very strong. The buildings around that corner as well, nice and providing of cover to a lot of different angles. So I think 3D Max have a good shot here, despite only being on 3. Virtus Pro making their way across S2G, again trying to drag them down into the blue zone. Milky Way gets through, takes a little bit of damage. The Serpentine from Furia, and everybody now branching out, trying to hedge their bets, go their separate ways, and get past S2G.
Yeah, I think S2G's not done a bad job in terms of being able to maximize the amount of points they get on what is quite a rough game, honestly, for themselves. And if they're able to get into the circle, they'll have leapfrogged where Virtus Pro were attempting to hold, get some points off the back of them, and then maybe even be able to hold them out. But a nice shot coming through from Prepod, takes down CEO later. That's far into the circle as well. A really strong shot from him.
Yeah, S2G trying to get a lot closer to that military base, but Brute Force still on that eastern side. They're up to 3 eliminations now. It's a good turnaround from their first match. They'll try and do number 2 a little bit better. Corker moving on in, takes a bit of damage, but they're allowing a lot of these players to move in. Prepod just not taking shots over towards Fury. I was surprised by the time it took him to actually open up the cannon there. Furia does go down as Virtus Pro try and roll up straight towards RCB. There's very little you can do here. Malloy the last to stand for them. He's low down. Kiss wants to put the nade in. It's a little bit wide, but Wilds is on the money, and Malloy falls.
Yeah, there's a nice nade there, swinging either side to take down Virtus Pro. Football is Chaos still on their way on that south side at the moment. Haven't been able to do too much off the back of this. Really horrid ending though, Sean, I'll be honest with you. IWNRX set themselves up in a really gorgeous spot down towards the south side in the compound to eventually come in towards the end game. It's so safe for them here for so long that they should be able to take advantage of the fact that they'll be one of the few 4-man teams going in towards stage 5, stage 6. Should be really useful, more useful than the fact that they're not towards the center right now.
Solus, nade up high. AZ does take a bit of damage from it, but not too much. Solus can't step forwards to flush Meku just yet for fear of AZ, but he spots him. Finally able to get the timing right on the peak. And does add the point to Fireflux's totals. Brute Force trying to move past. Actually, I think that's just a solo player for Scarface, and Prepod goes down. So does Neos. Finally, there is the answer, but that slows Brute Force down so much. I don't think Neos can get back up here. I don't think they have the time to go for it. It is just New Blood Freezer on the roster. The rest of DA want vengeance, and Freezer lights them up. He pulls everybody out of the vehicles. It's a 1v4, and this guy is one hell of an addition to Brute Force's roster.
I mean, what did we say earlier on, John? Freezer. How many times have we seen him in a 1vx situation? 2 or 3 of his teammates on the ground. He's able to pick them all back up again. Really, really nice stuff from Freezer there. I mean, does go down, but either way, that bumps him up from 3 limbs up to 7. You love to see it. I mean, that went from what could have been a very bad game for them to a decent game. So I personally think that they'll be pleased with that result.
A brilliant spray down there from Freezer. That did become just a 1v4 that he was able to take for Brute Force. The unfortunate off angle to close down the show. Well, that will get the blood pumping. IWNRX on the south side here, actually in a lot of control of this zone. If they can move out to some of the ridges that sit just to their northwest, to their northeast as well. There is a little bit of cover that they can sit on, potentially in with a great chance of this match. Football is Chaos, their major threat here.
Yeah, again, I think Football is Chaos has been maneuvering around this zone fairly nicely. But they are coming out into open area now. is this engagement between Brute Force. Scarface gets a good sidle onto it, but what a spray that is. Through the smoke as well.
All 3 players going down from the vehicle. It was all too clean. AZ tries to turn the corner, but Storm tempers his aggression. Gladiators down 3 eliminations on the match. Still on that 58 points now. Footballers Chaos, they move away from the south side here, diverted by IWNRX, and now 3D Max are going to have a shot at pushing in on this west side. You can see they've opened up with a knock over towards Frozen on that west edge. And IWNRX going to give ground here instead of trying to hold, instead of trying to double down. Zedwolf not moving in just yet. And 3D Max take control of a key west side point.
The fact that 3D Max is able to get here, they've had a pretty good run of it despite the fact they lose 1 player early on. It's hard to say who has the best spot here in the circle because as this heads further and further down towards that south side, I mean, IWNRX, they've been really fortunate. I said that they were happy to be in that position. They should have almost certainly knew that it was going to move away from them at some point, but it has, at least this far, treated them very, very well.
Nade.
Another nade over the top. A little bit too far, though, John.
Doesn't quite find it, but that one certainly does. Nice cook from Lord, and plenty more players still to come as it bounces just wide of the monster truck tires. Lord leaps it on a little bit short there, takes a bit of damage from himself, and Solke puts that one to bed. The size of that silencer on the SK12, always quite the sight, but certainly not if you're on the other end of it. It is an unfortunate close down to the fight for Enigma Galaxy, but Fireflux play on with 3.
Yeah, I think at the moment, really, I'm looking at football is chaos. It's not the most ideal spot in the world, but it's better than having to leave out of airstrip. S2G go down to RCB, up to 6 eliminations now. Not bad game from them. But the elimination counts are very evenly spread between teams. Okay, takes a nasty hit. Kante cannot hit anything with the AKM there. Horrid gun to spray most of the time.
Yeah, it's always pretty tricky, certainly when I'm using it. It seems like my AKs never work the same as these guys. Power taking a lot of flack right now from both sides because RCB should have an angle. The nade from Solke to seal the deal. RCB actually the team with the most eliminations, and 3D Max have added to their tally somewhat, but they have lost a player now. Narvalo getting knocked. And IWNRX on the south, they have a path in. If they can make their way northeast, they can get a lot of oversight onto this circle. It's what I wanted them to do earlier, but they've regrouped onto that south compound. Now that they have to move out, now they're going to have to go for that terrain play on the east.
Now this is pretty horrid circle. Teams over on that western side as Docker Machine will find Robs, leaving 3D Max with 1 player. Scratch that, 0. Going out with 5 eliminations. In 6th place, it's not horrendous. You know, coming off that last game, that's a fairly decent result on what was a pretty difficult rotation for them on this game into this circle.
5 elims on the game. That's 6th place. Healthy, if nothing else. RCB playing as 3 players from this military base, losing Loxy earlier on. They're up to the wall now. Fireflux diminished in power, 2 of their players, the only other occupants on the inside of this wall, which means that you can't really fully spread out. You can't take control of all of those openings. IWNRX finally taking out Token Machine, cutting off an arm for Footballers Chaos and bringing them down to size on 3 players as well.
Kine just running him down here. He tried to play on that outer edge as a bit of a backstop for him, but didn't stop too much from IWNRX, let's be honest. This has not been a bad game from IWNRX. Again, this shift in playstyle of really bringing out the big guns and saving them till later on, where they can be most valuable, most useful, starting to be a really big deal for them now. Because they are an effective team. They really are an effective team. But it feels like they burn out a little bit too quickly into the match. Here now they're allowing their talents to sort of flourish towards the end game where they can pick themselves up a lot of points, and it's working. It's working out wonderfully well for them.
Zedwolf able to tag onto Rookie. I think that gets the flush. Silas pushing out past the wall. There is this low ridge line that sits right next to the wall that keeps you safe from the south edge, and that's what Silas is fighting to take control of. It keeps you against the wall, but it gives you cover to the south side, and that will be invaluable. This is the difficulty, though. When there's another team also trying to control for it, it's a straight shot down that line. So if you can get rid of Fireflux here, RCB have a much better time of fighting off to the south.
Alchemist goes down now. You're right, yeah. Right now, for RCB, they want to remove the players from Fireflux. Even just getting the one knock here is pretty useful. But it's IWNRX who's just soaking up all these points in the endgame. They didn't have too many, but already up to 7. And they are sort of on track right now for a chicken dinner. 5 Elins for Zedwolf. Light work for him.
Just the standard affair, really. Goes pretty low, needs to get the healing. There's a teammate to back him up. Lath, the most south outpost here, in a nice little bit of cover, but his position now fully known. Storm, unlikely to be able to get out from this one, because IWNRX know that he's there, and there's Zedwolf. Of course it is. With a Mini 14, he's been pretty deadly with this thing, but he's only got 10 ammo in the back pocket, and the AK not going to be quite as forgiving. Solke spotted as he tries to crawl his way back behind the vehicle, and now down to 4 bullets for Zedwolf. So that's 4 more eliminations, right? Must be.
Absolutely. Must be. Leif taking nades. Just one more would do it. But I don't know how much they want to invest nades into at this point in the game when they know with little nades, they have far more value in the end game. Those very, very late circles. We're only in stage 7 now. Still 2 more to go before we close the match out.
I think I saw there 8 nades on one of the players from RCB. So definitely need to hang on to these ones. Finally, Zedwolf does run out of ammo. I wonder if there's a ammo supply somewhere waiting in the wings that he can resupply on. But RCB making their move out as well. Moving these vehicles forwards, marching their line south. And Lath might just be caught in the middle of it all. 6 eliminations for Zedwolf, 8 for IWNRX on the team. They are right up against the edge of this circle. A high nade goes long for Lath. Doesn't find Silas, but jogs his car a little bit. That crate on the road actually really valuable for RCB to be able to move forwards like this.
Ooh. I think Lath's got a few grenades, and these ones appear to be on target. They'll go a little bit too far, though. Does plink away at him. Forces him to use the first aid kit early. They have no idea where he is, do they?
I think they're going to start to smell it a little bit cleaner. And IWNRX
it's stolen.
Take the point away, but that is a valuable nade. And there's a lot more in the back pocket for RCB. So moving up to this position, RCB now have full control of the most central position in the circle. Zedwolf wasting one of his very valuable shots on the Mini 14 and doesn't quite have the angle covered off while Solke steps up for it.
I mean, Solke has definitely just been chugging along in this match. He's been in one of the worst spots all game versus these teams, but has managed to just about tuck himself in. Now RCB with the circle. IWRX need to do something a little drastic. 2 loot crates on their side of the map, by the way.
That is given
the game wants them to win.
It's given them so much freedom to move across this one. Those loot crates obviously being a hard cover that just doesn't exist otherwise, right? Silas currently using it to completely suppress the IWNRX position. If that wasn't there, he'd be further down that road to the east side, right? And IWNRX potentially moving up to Wild's position a lot easier. But they're going to go for it nonetheless. I don't think they have much of a choice, and they take down Silas. An excellent dispatch on this push. The nade needs to find value, but it's not going to quite hit the mark. Swain goes down to Wild on the off angle. The flash coming on through, but maybe over greedy. Unlikely that he's going to go for the spray, but Wild turns it on, and Zedwolf goes down from the back lines. Kiss takes it out, and Wild holds strong in the face of insurmountable odds. IWNRX are going to be dispatched here, and now it's just up to Solke.
RCB up to 10 eliminations. 5 nades. This is what he's relying on. This is what he's been banking on all game. Wild, once again. This guy is a survivalist. He belongs out in the wild.
Nading out the cover here. Silas is still down. They're not committing for the res. Wild just wants to keep eyes on, and probably rightly so, because you've got a challenge over the Kiss. That might have gone either way, but it is not to be. RCB moving out with those crates dropping right in front of them. They were able to use that road. They were able to get across, take control of the circle away from IWNRX, and convert it into a chicken dinner.
Is this the second day that RCB's done well?
Ooh,
this is crazy.
Might
This
be.
doesn't make any sense.
Could be. Could
It's
be.
the 1 week where we're like, no, we don't believe it anymore. it can't happen. And RCB's like, no, we've decided we could be good again.
It's going to be pretty healthy for their point totals as well. They will be happy with that. Yesterday, they started off very strong. And then the second half of their day, they got 13th, 11th, 10th, 12th at the start of this first day as well. Of this second day as well, they came 12th in the first Sandhawk. But this is great to be able to turn this one around. And RCB putting numbers on the board.
Great spray down from Freezer here. Of course, DA started to go down shortly after this. Some good plays coming from RCB at the end game there. Not an easy position to be playing in, and coming up against a squad with some of the best gun skills in this lobby. A strong finish from them. Either way, Zed Wolf still takes the cake, even with the longest elimination. I mean, damn, okay. Leave some room for everyone else.
I mean, he is really stealing the show today. Without Team Spirit in the lobby, no me not here to try and challenge him out. He wants to make that ground up on the MVP standings as far as possible to try and keep himself in that primo spot for a potential overall tournament MVP. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. But they were only able to come in third on this match, with Fireflux outlasting them. 14 points, though, their prize for their performance this match.
Yeah, not a bad game for IWNRX. Not a bad game at all. Continuing to put those points up game to game, which is nice to see. It's difficult to really give props to a lot of the other teams here down as we head further down on the lobby. And I think anyone who was on this front page did a great job at just living, right? I think that's the difficulty with this circle, is that some teams will just get the benefit of having a stronger position than you. And if you can get 6-7 points, that's good, which is practically what everyone was able to do on that first page. Everyone else drops down to a few less points afterwards. Notably, 3 0-pointer games there from Moneymakers, Virtus Pro, and the Team Falcons. So Group B having a shocker.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the Moneymakers curse coming back, either really good or really bad. This time around, obviously 0 really bad performance on this game. The worst possible, I suppose, unless you get disqualified. That would be even worse, but I don't think that's going to happen just for getting 0 points. But Moneymakers certainly not echoing their first result over on Sandhawk. If there was a team in that 7-point bubble that you were talking about, sort of just needed to live to get to there, that I think I would commend. I think 3D Max had some pretty difficult rotations to make. The fact that they were able to get through to that west side of military base, very, very valuable. If they hadn't lost a player to Heroic, I think they could have gone a little bit further as well. Fireflux were playing a little bit close to them, so potential for a little bit more there, but it wasn't to be this time around. They will sit on that 7-point mark for the match, and IWNRX extending their lead with a really hefty elimination point game over S2G now with 65 points. There's a 15-point gap on 8 matches.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's the Turkish region really dominating the leaderboards. I mean, Gladiators have done fairly well, so has Team Spirit to remain at this point in time. It's nice to see. Power as well. I actually really like what Power's been able to do this entire tournament. Again, very much the underdog squad, I would say, in our lobby. Yeah, for IWNRX, definitely extending that lead outwards. 15 points profit over S2G. And if it continues like this, it's probably going to be another week 1 scenario where it's going to be very hard to catch them up.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that front. If they're able to get that extra 20 points this match on the bonuses, that would put them up at 47 total bonus points. But then consider second place, right? If Team Spirit get 19 more points, they are up, I believe, on 58 points on their bonus points, which would sit them 11 bonus points ahead of Moneymaker. Sorry, not of Moneymaker, of IWNRX. But then we halve them, so it's a little bit funky there. But still, IWNRX would be happy to get the 20. But I'm thinking about that third place for Team Spirit. They can just stay up there. That's all they're going to need to do to be in with a significant advantage into those finals.
Yeah, I think when you look at Team Spirit, right, I think they'd be pleased with a second or a third place, whatever works for them. I think they've been consistent enough at this point in time, and they've also shown us they can do it again here in week 3 just from yesterday. I think for IWNRX, it's a little bit more tricky, right? Because there's definitely a necessity now. If they want to come out on top, maybe with a first place or a second place, there is that necessity of performing really well on week 3, which honestly Team Spirit don't have. That's a lot of pressure, and I think it takes a really skilled and level-headed team to be able to do that when it needs to be done and there is a pressure on you. Unfortunately, there's going to be no pressure on us for a little while because we're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back very shortly. See you soon.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We're getting in to match number 3 on the day after a chicken dinner coming on through for RCB that they should be pretty happy with. That's going to put them up over towards 3rd place on the overall standings with that chicken dinner added on in. We're going to be going again. A military island finish this time around. Is it going to be the same this time? Unlikely. We haven't seen too many of them. I think that's only the 2nd, maybe 3rd time we've seen a military base circle so far this tournament. And we're into the 3rd week, so maybe back over to the mainland for this time.
Indeed. Angle, though, are 2nd one of the day. So at this point, we're hitting the halfway point of the day here. Some teams continue to perform really nicely, which is great to see. But very, very fair playing path for everyone here. I think with this one, you can get to anywhere you might need to go to. 3D Max dropping early, though, actually. Heading a little bit further towards that south side, which is interesting to see. I don't think... Maybe Milter Power? I think Milter Power would make sense. 3D Max here.
I think so too. I think that's a reasonable assumption, but they might come into conflict with Virtus Pro, who drop around Lipovka for some of these vehicles. I think there is that Footballer's Chaos as well, with some positions underneath them. Potentially, those vehicles getting contested for over on this east side. So early casualties, potential to pop off in this match. Heroic as well on that southwestern point near Footballer's Chaos. It looks like, yeah, they have managed to divert from one another. And they're going to be a little bit more chill about it. So nothing super dramatic for the time being on those eastern drops, close by sort of around Roshock and apartments and that sort of area. And we're going to the opposite end of the map again, up towards the shooting range hills, towards Severny.
Yeah, again, so this sort of makes things difficult once again because you've just got used to a southern rotation. Now you're doing the complete opposite of things, flipping the script up towards that north side. Falcons happy in Severny. They actually cut off a few rotates, a few interesting rotates. I think we've seen S2G make this rotate over towards the north side in Severny before. We've even seen Virtus Pro head out there early on because S2G likes to loot up quite a bit in Yaz at the start of the game. But that'll be cut off now. So that 1 day of freedom from a lot of these teams that do cause some problems in terms of rotations on the map is already over. So the next 4 days will be a little bit more difficult for these squads. And it's not changing, so better get used to it soon. Nice. Odd camera angle.
Showing off the kicks there for Kai.
The feet. Yeah.
It's a crep check at the start of the match. Why not? Just before he gets any of his loot.
Just do it.
Yeah, absolutely. SK12 on hand for Kine. As this over by Ferry Pier, they will continue to establish themselves after claiming those vehicles early. They do have a bit of a way to go on that south coast, right? So they have to get looted as quickly as possible, potentially a little bit less than they might have liked, unless they want to play super edge focused, but it feels like there's enough teams already trying to do that it's probably not the best idea to do so in today's games.
Heroic moving out towards Milta. Actually, not a bad spot for them to be in. Team Spirit not playing, just leave farm completely open. So some of those rotates where you can swing underneath towards the north side. Nice to go for. Still in Yas9. Again, will remain in Yas9 for quite some time, I imagine. DA just staying out of the way here, as opposed to heading down towards southwest split drop that Brute Force currently hold. Heading up towards Komeshki. A little bit easier to handle, and no Twisted Minds in the game means no silly hot drops going on.
Yeah, potentially. It is interesting that Brute Force are on that position, and DA have swapped up to that northeast side, but it's obviously paid off this time around with the circle popping up north. For DA, Falcons in Severny. I'm wondering where they're going to choose to hold the Falcons, right? Because they have got a lot of freedom, a lot of mobility in the current circle as it stands for probably the next minute. So they really need to make a decision as to where they want to hold, how they want to hold the north side of this circle, what routes are they going to try and make available to them to push into what is likely going to be a shooting range hills finish, right? Because Severny, strong to hold, very tricky to leave, as with basically every settlement in the game. They are going to need to find their direction, their position into this next circle. So I'll be keeping an eye on them.
Virtus Pro, Corker, furthest out from the rest of the team. Scouting upwards, I think he's being really cautious here because it has been a few times that S2G has caught him off guard and been able to take him down on this rotate. And they desperately do need Corker to be that front man. Give them a rotational path to follow on. And it's best to send one player out, especially from Lipovka. Just because you don't want the rest of your team going down. And there's little to no information that you can get from inside Lipovka. It is fairly out the way, down some hills. Let's just bite the bullet, get one player outwards. But I think that Corker was a little bit too free on his rotates beforehand, so I'm glad they're chilling things out a little bit. Corker here takes a bit longer, but is much safer. I'd rather be playing edge for longer than losing one player in the early game.
Yeah, it does seem to have bitten quite a few teams. Unfortunately, losing those early players can be really, really devastating. I think most notably that effect happens to DA, right? Several times now. We've said that, we've seen that, and that's why they're in 12th place right now on the standings. It's from suffering to that position. Nobody going down just yet in this lobby, though, so most teams making their way into the first circle. Not uncontested, but perhaps a little bit safer than they have done in previous bouts. Gladiators moving on in from that western side, along that river bank. They should be familiar with this rotation, being a normally dropping in Georgia Pole kind of team. so they'll be happy to push on into the east. The Falcons split around Severny now, and they are getting sort of condensed on in. I think that southwest point of Severny going to be their stronghold up on that hill.
Coming through from Power, but it is Gladiators find one, easy off in the distance. The shots aren't quite good enough, but they do finally pop him out for Meku. Does get flushed away. So a successful start here for the Gladiators.
Fidan and Kante, 2 players alive for Power. It should be a fairly simple res coming through for the Gladiators to hold out Power around this river. Tixi moving into position, back in the mix today for Tixi, as Frozen taken out of the fold again. Spray from Tixi over towards this knock. He's going to take a vehicle out, if nothing else. Power really quite desperately just trying to find some sort of sanctuary. But it's so difficult to move through this. Kante goes down and there's the nade. Excellent backup, a 1-2 punch. The death blow towards the forward duo for Power. And that's going to leave only the 2 players alive, Easy and Fidan.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough, right? You want to get these eliminations as quickly as possible. I think Power realized they've got, honestly, not really a leg to stand on at this point in time. So they'll just leave that behind. It's about 20 seconds before the circle closes. Most teams are already in. Moneymaker's taking a novel approach, though, which is to sit in Primorsk, as you can see on your screen here, for quite some time. Opting not to move too early.
We'll see when they do start to move. That is a very north circle for them to get to. They are going to be going quite a long way. My money is on the Moneymakers to have the longest distance traveled in this match. We'll have to wait and see until the end, though. I think some teams down the southeast side might have had to go a little bit squiggly on their approach. So potentially some longer distances traveled overall, but Moneymakers certainly going to be quite far flung from this one. Up to the north coast, it is indeed into the shooting range hills. The Falcons are still split, and I think that they're getting a lot of information for this, so nobody's actually really putting too much pressure onto this north side right now. As we take a look at the replays of Gladiators taking down 2 of the players from Power. This spray from Tixi, very, very nice. But yeah, that north side for Falcons, they're looking to regroup now, and I was going to say they're getting that information, but now it's time to sort of fold back in and make your decision. It feels like, though, they've given a lot of ground and taken one of the not as prime spots into this next circle for the Falcons. So we'll see if they're able to make that position work for themselves. Gladiators bringing Tixi back in, as I talked about before as well, hoping to have a good day again. Their first few haven't been super impressive. We'll see if this one's any different.
Yeah, I mean, for the Falcons on that north side, though, John, I think the high ground's decent. They have confirmed on it. Slightly more confused about the outpost over towards the northern edge, right? Interesting. I think it's fairly defensible for the time being. A lot of teams crunching in now. About a minute from the next shift on the circle. 3D Max making the way up from Milton Power, as are Heroic. Similar rotational paths, it makes sense to me. They'll be on the outer edge of Severny, and S2G decided that they'd pick up that position away from the Falcons, who are putting a little bit more stock over towards that high ground.
That ridge line.
The Galaxy actually in the circle, though, John, which is nice.
They managed to push in on the southeast side. And they have got a couple of neighbors, but not too much pressure from either direction. This rotation, though, Blank, from 3D Max and Heroic, pretty close to one another. And you can see they are just sort of jousting back and forth between one another. Hassan probably going to eat a couple of bullets there. The vehicle certainly will. Snowix hops out. Doesn't quite get the spray down, and Hassan gets to safety for the time being. Now, Valo wants to change that.
I think if they're able to get any knocks over towards Heroic there, they have a much smoother game ahead of them. Unfortunately, not able to pop anyone out of the vehicle, John. Brute Force over towards that western side, holding a fairly long split.
Okay.
Trying to control that ridge side. Sort of understood why you'd want to do that. Next circle, out into the water, in fact, John. So A lot of landmass been taken up, and Brute Force knows that now they got to get back together.
For Brute Force, they have a choice. Do they sequester themselves on the coastline? Or do they try and play further inland, right? There isn't a lot of cover ahead of them as they go in. There is that ridgeline that sits just off the coastline that they can try and play up towards, or they can play right up towards those rocks that have got that little bit of cover. But Virtus Pro crashing onto the outpost for Brute Force, take down the player there. Only one knock to themselves. They should be able to res that. So Brute Force lose an outpost. They didn't regroup fast enough. RCB trying to move past Enigma Galaxy. It's not going to be too easy, but Ralph gets spotted, and Silas looks for the knock. Looks for the flush as well. Coops now lying down behind his vehicle. Takes some bullets, but Silas backed off for the time being.
This is very cruel. There's not a lot of spaces available, and you're asking about whether you play the coastal side or you try and play a little bit further towards that high ground. I think the coastal edge is actually really nice. It's a good spot to play in late towards the game. But with Brute Force already taking a knock there, I think that was Virtus Pro who once again have dodged a bullet and flown through towards that coastal edge. I mean, from their position, I would say even losing a player and getting to this point of the circle, that's a success to me, in my opinion. From the Povka to the northern edge. Wonderful stuff.
RCB spotted by Gladiators, who are pushing in south of them right now. Falcons as well, 3D Max, over on that east side. This is the ridgeline that Falcons hold right on the east side of this circle now. They can have a lot of sight lines out towards this west edge, but Severny's still a threat, and there's still teams in there. S2G, Footballers Chaos, both trying to leave, but at the moment, Footballers Chaos doing a much better job of it. Hamzy, Razy, both left. Stranded by CEO later and Kelsey going down earlier on. But Footballers Chaos do not have time to dilly-dally. They're going to have to get up to this ridgeline. I think they just have to crash onto the Falcons' position, but there could be a backstab coming on through from S2G. They're opting to go around Severny instead and potentially even jump into the fight between, I think that's DA and Fireflux on the southeast side of this next circle.
Yeah, again, for DA and Fireflux, this is an awkward fight, and it's not likely to be one that DA gets themselves out of. I think Fireflux are completely taking control of this engagement. There's the only teams actually around this area that would want to get involved with this. Oh my god. I think you just barely saw Yetka through the smoke there. We're just like, oh, I need to put away the nade. Get some shots through immediately. So DA go out with 0 eliminations, 15th place, so that's basically no points. And Heroic able to find some shots back over towards them.
Heroic have a decent
They're in a horrid spot now.
Yeah, Heroic have a decent position up the hill, but it looks like Footballers Chaos are starting to light them up. The shots back out their way. Onyx Raven sitting in that junction compound of the roads that sits pretty central on this circle. Can have a tough time. Footballers Chaos, they move in on the knock. This little plateau that held Heroic for a little bit. Are they going to be able to hold it longer? Footballers Chaos lose 2 players to the push. A third goes down, but Heroic are just wiped away yet again. 2 players survive from Footballers Chaos in a safe position on the southeast side.
Yeah, it's a great crash onto Heroic, I'm not going to lie. And it's a good dip to play around for quite some time. S2G remained in Severny for a long, long while. Now attempting to move out. 3D Max are in front of them. Hamzy G so close to death here.
And indeed, he does bite the dust. In the end, that is going to be S2G eliminated. Down 13th place, 1 elim. Not good news if you're a second place team, and with RCB in a much stronger position, potential for them to jump on up. Gladiators as well, but they have a little bit tougher time moving on in. First of all, they'll have to dispatch Footballers Chaos. And not too sure what Tixie thought he was going to get done with that nade. But Doga Machine into the vehicle, just backs it up down the hill.
Yeah, it's such an unacceptable play there.
Fireflux.
From Footballers.
Fireflux are moving in.
Sensed that he'd pulled the grenade on it, John was just like, well, you know what, I'll get in the car, start it up and go.
I thought Fireflux were going to completely just crash onto this Footballers Chaos plateau, and the Gladiators could third party it, but they've drawn short. They're going to play on the ridge just beneath it, blank.
Holding short there. Not the best, but will do. Really Max attempting to send the nades over towards Falcons, who finally move out from that eastern side. One of the first teams that were inside this circle. Ketch will find the Gladiators. Meantime, this is a big fight between the Moneymakers and IWNRX. Frozen gets a cheeky DBS shot around the side onto Icy, and then just gets away with it, just like that.
A nice opener onto the Moneymakers, playing up top. The nades, the bombardment goes through, and another one as well. It's bursting in the air just a little bit high, but it's tagging on small chunks of damage. Can Old Boy suppress from that off angle, from the backline, from the ridge? Kind goes down as Bishke holds around the vehicle, but is going to get taken down in turn, and now it is just Old Boy there. Kind was flushed away, but Moneymakers pulled down to just one player now. 3 players to survive for IWNRX, including Zedwolf. A very, very powerful player in his own right. But they're right on the edge of the circle. They're going to have to leave this bunker.
Think out of dodge now. IWNRX, decent fight. Actually, it's a really creative use of grenades there, John. Like you were saying, just getting the airburst over and over again. Old Boy is in the middle of no man's land right now in a vehicle, making a ton of noise. It's not likely he's living for long as Wild will take him down. 2 eliminations for the Moneymakers. So despite that first match, not much else going on. Onyx Ravens get the shift on the circle into a very lovely little compound. They can continue to play. It looks like they're holding all edges of this one too.
I really like
at this point in time, there's not a lot of teams that I would say could challenge them, John.
I think you're right there. I think that maybe Virtus Pro on a late crash could do it. Gladiator is just getting lit up from all angles. It looked like it was coming from Wild there, but no, it was IWNRX with Zedwolf, of course. Why wouldn't it be? Taking those shots out their way. Gladiators now 2 players active. They're fairly split. Matic and AZ. They've got 5 limbs on the team right now, so Gladiators with a decent match so far. But they don't want to go down here. They're kind of on the outside track for this circle. They're going to have to figure out a way forwards. For the time being, though, they are right up against the blue zone. Fireflux have not been able to take Footballless Chaos off of this angle.
Ketch drops in, Rookie goes down. And that's Footballless Chaos done on the run here. Enigma Galaxy not doing too badly. I think there have been some adjustments made today for them in just willingness to be patient on some of these circles, because it feels like they play edge for a very, very long time and then suddenly realize that they've got a horrible position and then try and fly into the circle afterwards, which never works out, John. Let's be quite frank about it. So I think they've been much more willing to just sit on the outer edge of the queue, wait for a good opportunity, like this one down over towards Lux from the Gladiators. Only the 2 of them playing right now, but nice pick off does lead this into a 2v2.
Fireflux not going for the res right now. The nades starting to come on through from both teams. AZ pushing forwards onto the ridgeline. Might just be able to see something there. The res now coming through onto the backlines, but Ketch is isolated, going for the fight. If he can hold it down, get 2 players back up on his off angle, he might have a better chance of this one. Goes low, stands up, knocks down. AZ with a very low ammo count there. Does need to be careful. You can see he was on, I think, 11 ammo left in his back pocket, and the knock still hasn't been revived for Fireflux. They have been pushed back just a little bit, just enough to be able to be a bit safer there. Very low ammo still, but that DP in the back pocket might be able to pick things up for AZ.
Yeah, I think Matic kept getting some pretty decent knocks on over towards Fireflux, or at least just damage. Just Lux remaining. We'll pull out the grenade, but I don't know how much good that's going to do him. Very little ammo, like you were saying, John, so this all has to count. The nade's a bit awkward there from Lux.
Oh my goodness. That is going to be the end of Fireflux, though. And with this plateau, there's a lot of crates in here. AZ is going to be able to fully resupply on his crossing if he can get past, because that smoke is there to cover him, but nothing more than that. And he needs to get to those boxes. Realistically, that ammo is so precious to him. He is taking a lot of damage, but Kiss takes down Prepod on that southwest side. And RCB pick up another point. 4 eliminations now on the match, and they're going to have to dash on in. Onyx Ravens still with the best spot in the game.
Yeah, at this point, it becomes a little bit squeaky, right, for a lot of these teams, purely because you're at a stage where 20 players remain, 8 teams, roughly, let's say roughly, 2 players per squad. So you can quickly make your way up to a top 5 if you play your cards right. It's these teams on that southwest side that are likely going to have to fight one another first here.
It's a
You'll
difficult
have to be
approach.
really careful. You want to slowly make your way in, John. Hope you can just ladder up naturally. Nice nade from Lord, though. Long range, too.
Yeah, quite a distance. Lord is going to have to move further on in, as are the forward positions for Enigma Galaxy. 3 players there. But if they can take down RCB, it's going to make their lives a lot easier to move up towards the compound that currently is in control of Onyx Ravens. They're basically just going to have to get to that roadside and hope that they don't get naded out. But Kiss has to go down first. They have to isolate that angle. Looks like they've done quite well on that. And you can see Lufa now sending out wide. It's not going to be necessary because there's the shot. Lord finds it. Now they can start to figure out how to move forward. The Gladiators may be trying to jump ahead of the curve on this rotation, though, as they rock straight up to Lord and immediately burst up into flames. Their vehicle, their own demise. Lufa sprays it down.
Yeah, a bit of a slow crash there, and I think Enigma Galaxy were just as surprised. And then they realized, wait, we know what to do about this. Just spray the car. Spray the car. 16's remaining now. 16 players. Lufa is in humongous danger.
Oh, Neos.
Sidles on past Neos, who could explode the vehicle here.
He tried. A little bit late on that call, though. And it allows them to get up to this rock. Stay safe. The vehicle, I think that did go up in flames, but they have survived that explosion. Not that one, though. The nade over from Virtus Pro, playing on this ridgeline that keeps them covered off from the compound that Onyx Ravens hold. And they can just keep these nades rolling on forwards. Lord really going to want to get this res, but Neos is still there for brute force, trying to hold that back line out. Cukes has the challenge, and the drop shot is in. It looks good for Neos. Brute force still have a player, but what can Virtus Pro do about it?
I mean, he's just rocking up right now. Neos doing some fantastic work, but Corker able to get a side angle over towards them. Onyx Ravens, pretty much the most laid-back game of their life. Surprised they haven't just put down the phones at this point.
And they're just making the most of their time with the GT20 Pro. For now, in their compound, 4 players still alive. They've got angles on everything. Virtus Pro's ridgeline starting to fade away from them, as they are going to be pushed forwards fairly soon. The circle yet to fully pop, though. And it could go out their way. Could force Onyx Ravens to do something other than just sit in this compound.
Potentially. We will see, though, what the circle has to say about this one. He's going back and forth.
Oh,
Galaxy get a good one back over towards them, but it's Furia last left up. They saw the angle on that grenade, look to pitch it over towards him, get a good amount of damage done, but he's still got 4 left in the back pocket. Lord sees that one, land at his feet, immediately tries to get himself in a first aid kit. It's Furia taking shots from a distance. That might be from Falcons, actually. I think it is.
Could be Onyx Ravens as well, who are able to take some shots out this way. This ridgeline that has kept them safe for now. Starting to fade away. You're right, it was the Falcons on that off angle. Taking down Corker. Just Malloy left from Virtus Pro. And by all rights, they should have gone down a lot earlier, to be fair, Virtus Pro. We've spoken now twice about their rotations. Just being able to send it and find a location. I mean, if you could do it, that's incredibly valuable, right? But the consistency of that, I think, can be called into question fairly reasonably. Falcons, they really want to keep this angle onto Malloy, but doesn't look like they're going to be allowed to as he lands the headshot onto Gaith. Now looks for a second as well. Tries to take out Ragnar, and it's good for it. Malloy turns it on 2-0 right now, and no damage sent back out his way. He's going to tick up. He's going to be able to move out to this eastern side and see what he can do. Satan, though, in the meantime, spots Ali on the off angle. Maybe an opening for Falcons to crash. No, don't be silly. The vehicle goes up and takes down Damar in the meantime.
Yeah, kind of an insane position to hold there from the Falcons. Eventually, they were going to be pushed out into open zone. Lord does find Malloy. And Falcons shortly draw their last breath here in this game. You'd imagine this is probably a second place now for Enigma Galaxy and an easy win for Onyx Ravens. Up to 6 eliminations on the game. It's not a bad result. And I think at this point in time, if you are Enigma Galaxy, I'd just deny the points.
With a knock that hasn't been rezzed, if can find an off angle. I mean, that's what he's waiting for, right? No, I'm trying to find something, but there really isn't anything here, is there?
I respect the observing team. Find an off angle, shows him in the middle of nowhere, but there you go, that's one.
A point, maybe. Looking for the flush, taken low, but in come Onyx Ravens, and they will secure themselves the chicken dinner, rightfully so, from the compound that they selected quite early on into that game. It could have been the Falcons. They were there first, but they didn't select the right position. They took the ridge, and they could not come down from it, unfortunately. But the Onyx Ravens able to capitalize on that opportunity and make themselves known, make their presence known in this lobby with a chicken dinner on the second Erangel.
Yeah, a nice, super simple. Good compound, bit of a good compound, win from the good compound. Tower taking some damage here early on from Gladiators. It's an interesting match. I think it really pushed teams to their limits. Again, these are the type of games where someone gets lucky and someone gets a free game, but it's always really interesting to watch because you have absolute carnage and just struggle on the outer edges. Malloy does a fantastic job to take down 2 players from the Falcons, and overall Virtus.pro continue to exploit the lobby, let's say, a little bit with their weird rotations. Everyone seems to think they've donned the invisibility cloak.
Yeah, they're just sort of finding holes in the lobby where you don't expect to find them. It's quite impressive, really, and maybe something that teams will look to address in the future, but for now, Virtus.pro can keep profiting off of that. At the moment, though, Gladiators having the highest damage, highest eliminations, and the most nade eliminations, I suppose, to boot, as AZ breaks the 1k damage mark for that roster.
Yeah, it's nice stuff there coming through from Gladiators. I mean, they did their best from the position they were in, but they had to take so many fights from that side. 8 points, though, it's still a big difference from what we saw from the Gladiators a couple of weeks back, sorry. But Enigma Galaxy will be happy with this game with 13 points, and I do think there's some interesting changes being made right now for Enigma Galaxy. Never too late to make them either here in week 3, just before the finals. I think testing them out for a week as well is a good idea. Even better if it's working out. So for Enigma Galaxy, more patience and a bigger focus on basically getting towards that end game where some of their players can start to shine a lot more. Team Falcons, another team that just got a strong spot in the circle.
Yeah, they were obviously in Severny very, very early, playing that ridge line, and for that, they got up into 3rd place. Not too much you can do about that for a lot of those other teams. I think it was either S2G or Footballers Chaos who might have had the position to take them on, but they were fighting off against each other and both extracted a lot of pressure from each other from that position, which just allowed the Falcons to hold down the east side of the circle perpetually until those final moments in the match. So good news for them. 3D Max, 2 points on the game. RCB as well on 5. Coming on in Moneymakers. This is the second game in a row now that they haven't had a great performance off the back of their big chicken dinner over on Sandhawk. It's a little bit disappointing to see, right? And it kind of plays heavily into this theme that we've been talking about over the course of the last 2 weeks into week 3 of consistency versus breakout performances, right? And they have had that amazing first match. Wow. They got so many eliminations and then 0 points, 2 points on the trot. It's going to be a bit of a morale challenge for them to get the wind back in their sails, I think, moving forwards.
Yeah, I think for the Moneymakers, it's just frustrating that they have their cleanest game on the messiest map. And then you come over towards Erangel, where it's a bit more classic gameplay, and they're just not able to perform on it. And it's by no means them being a bad team. I just think that they need to sort some things out in the strategy department in terms of some of their rotations, some of the fights that they take and or don't take, which is the key factor here. So for them, things can certainly change, but right now it really is those chicken dinners they're riding on.
Yeah, it is a little bit on that front, but we're going to see if they are going to take their next opportunity a little bit more in stride. We'll be on to a break now. We'll be back with a little bit of TDM to punctuate your day, and then we'll be moving on to our last Erangel. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right there.
victory.
You know what time it is? It's time for TDM. Of course, our middle of the day matchup will be taking place very shortly with, I think it was Zedwolf, wasn't it, who was MVP yesterday. He managed to get that MVP title. IWNRX, I think this is their third time in TDM. So maybe looking for that three-peat, trying to take home a total, I suppose, of $1,500 for their victories if they're able to win it out this time around as well.
Yeah, man, I think that for IWNRX, they have been historically very, very good when it comes to TDMs. We'll see what kind of things they can get done here versus RCB, their call out today. Because our previous results, you can see Team Spirit coming out on top 2 times, and IWNRX being the other 2-time champions, but looking for the 3rd victory here. And I'd like to see an upset. We've only seen one.
RCB have yet to be seen in the TDM arena, so a little bit of an unknown quantity. But right now, IWNRX just doing the rounds, taking on everyone from Turkey in the TDM arena. And they've put up the most convincing scorelines as well. They had the record with 40-30 against Digital Athletics. Then they broke their own record against S2G. You can see in that previous match, 40-27. And now they've got an opportunity to do it once again. Are we going to see an even more dominating performance, or is it going to go the distance?
Yeah, exactly. That is the real question. I'm excited to see if they can take it all the way. I mean, RCB's having a much better week this week, but we will see. We will see. I'm excited for IWNRX to get maybe the 3rd chicken dinner, but I do feel like this one might be a bit more competitive, let's say, because I think everyone in PMSL EMEA agrees that RCB has good gun skill. Just they've not been the best when it comes to some of the other aspects of the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, you've got Silas, right, in the roster for RCB, who is undeniably an incredibly strong player, an ex-world champion who tried to defend the title over in Istanbul earlier. Well, I suppose late last year, when it came down to it, they weren't quite able to meet up to that mark. And actually, that was quite a bit of a disappointment for him, obviously leaving that S2G roster and coming through. So the guy obviously has talent. And I think nobody's denying the skill of the players on RCB, but you're right, it is their rotations, their coordination that just isn't quite where we want it to be. I was expecting more from them personally. I had them in the top spot overall on this tournament. I thought, these guys coming through, this roster looks really, really strong. They performed well previously in tournaments together, and it just fell apart a little bit so far. So I'm hoping that they can pull themselves back together.
Yeah. That'd be very, very nice. Here are tournament averages. This is from every single week so far. You can see IWNRX being significantly better on the damage and elimination front than the guys from RCB. But an 8th average place from both teams is a little bit interesting.
I mean, RCB... Let's take a think about where that could come from, right? Because RCB, in general, they like to sort of get into a central position early and try and hold that down. Maybe a little bit unsuccessfully over the course, but they sort of have that ability to jump up to that 8th place, right? Just because they take those positions. IWNRX, they're a little bit more volatile on that front, obviously taking a lot more fights earlier on, which drags down their performance. Most of this is going to be coming, I believe, from some of their performance in week 2 on that head-to-head. So IWNRX being dragged down on that front, and I think if you look at just weeks 1 and 3, if you just sort of selectively ignore part of the sample, which is obviously a very reasonable thing to do when dealing with statistics, to just pick and choose your data. Bit of sarcasm there for anyone who was actually wondering if I was so inclined to do so. No. But no, absolutely. I think IWNRX has had a lot more success in being more confident in their positions.
Yeah, I would say so. I think RCB has this a playstyle to just kind of sit out of a lot of these matches, try and play on those central positions, whereas IWNRX is the team that would make the call to push out other squads. And I think RCB has found success with that central playstyle, but you don't often see them being the team to push into other squads. I think rotationally, they're not bad. But when push comes to shove, they're not always the most decent at it. I think that's pretty clear when we look at things here over at the PMSL EMEA. But again, this is nothing to do with rotations. This is all about the gun skill over on the old TDMs here.
Oh yeah, let's get on into it. Oh wow, we got a full lineup this time. Goodness me.
This.
They are challenging off against one another. It is IWNRX. All of the letters placed side by side, but we're not done yet because we've got RCBRA as well to take them on in the Warehouse Challenge for Week 3, Day 2. As we once more take to the TDM.
IWNRX on our screen. Zedwolf looking to put on another show here for us. Versus RCB, though I think Silas will have something to say about it as we head straight into the match. Scarels across the board. Two teams going head to head here, starting things off strong. With an initial pick off there for IWNRX, but quickly brought back in favor.
Fine.
For just a second.
Around the corner. Fades Loxy, pulls back. Doesn't need to jump out there and actually pays the price. Still even, or even enough rather, not be too worried about this early on into the game. Swain pushes forwards, gets rebuffed, 4-3. Now the scoreline, IWNRX still with the 1-point lead.
Right now, just keeping things pretty calm, chilled out. Feels like IWNRX is feeling the pressure a little bit now on this game. Not bulldozing over like they have done with a couple of other squads. Frozen getting taken out. Right now, technically RCB in the lead, but not by much. Right, just the 1 point. Make that 2 now.
Okay, and they've got some pretty chunky health bars to be moving forwards with. Unfortunately, those 2 immediately profited back by IWNRX on an even trade there. That goes well. Swain able to find another. That sideswipe angle still maintained. He thought he'd handled it, but there was another player to take his place. Loxy gets that sideswipe, and it is back and forth. You're right, though. It is not quite the bulldozing we've seen from this team before. As they open up a 3-point lead, it's swiftly cut back down to 2, and RCB giving this one a good shot.
Yeah, right now, this is, like I said, it's not as easy. I imagine IWNRX thought this was going to be.
Oh, hang on a minute. Where have they just added all those points in from? A 4-point lead? And you don't want to let IWNRX get away from you. We've seen what they can do to teams in the TDM arena. Wild has the angle, but it's slowing down just a little bit now, Blank.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like both teams have felt each other out right now and realized that we're both pretty good at this. And we're going to need minor victories here and there if we want to swing the favor over towards our side. You can see that IWNRX is nowhere near as aggressive.
Jumping up, Kiss wants to spray over the top of the wall. be able to find it as well. 6 points now, though, in the lead for IWNRX as the trades are going well and a 7th put on the board. It is even out, but Frozen not being taken down here. Pretty disastrous. Silas wants to try and change that tune, but the healing starts to kick in for Frozen. Hasn't been in combat for long enough. Silas nearly taken down, and Swain on a long-range shot, but it's still going to be 5 points in the lead for IWNRX, and Zedwolf wants to maintain this high ground to try and change that yet again.
I mean, right now, IWNRX is just eking out these points slowly but surely. Slowly being definitely how I would describe it. But this sort of speaks to the caliber of play over on RCB that IWNRX is. Although winning by quite a lead here, they are giving RCB the respect that they deserve.
Feels like IWNRX, though, have started to figure something out, with this lead starting to accelerate. With those 7 points now between them. But you're right, there is still that answer. It's very even on the elimination count as well for RCB at this stage. Swain very much in the lead for IWNRX as Loxy finds a point to put them back 6 behind. Immediately taken down for 7 points to be the lead once more. But yeah, 10 eliminations for Swain, looking a lot flatter over towards RCB, so each of them giving a good show.
Currently halting proceedings for a little while here. Loxy currently at 7 elims. The boys on RCB doing a good job for the team. Oh dear me, we're at a full standstill, John.
Someone has to make the first move. As it stands, technically the impetus is on RCB to make this one work for them, right? Because they are behind. If everybody just stopped playing right now, of course IWNRX just win this one outright. The format, of course, first to 40 or highest points when the counter hits 0. And if things keep going this slow, well, we might just get there.
It really, there is not a lot going on here. And RCB almost feels like they are holding off the inevitable at this rate. They would have to come out all guns blazing. And at this point with...
Oh dear.
The 10-point lead, this is almost 2.5 team wipes over towards IWNRX with no repercussions.
That is not good news. Finally, stuff starts to pop off. And it is still 9 points, make that 8 points in the lead, I guess, as they are trying to trade this one out. And moving forward pretty effectively. RCB starting to gain a little bit of pressure over towards the sides of this map. And there's another spray down, looking to put another up on the board. Okay, RCB looking to take this one back into control, putting another up on the board. Silas is on the swivel, but finally he's cut down. They've put a big dent in that lead. It was up to 10 points just a moment ago, and now it's back down to, well, 4, then 5 after that one, but it's back to 4 again as we're into the 30s.
Surprisingly, RCB have brought it back.
This is the best any team has done, by the way, against IWNRX at this point. 32.
Yep, they're bringing it back in a big way. Again, it has been, what was it, 4 points? For the 12 points that were accrued so far from RCB. And they're in a little bit of a hurt locker. And now they've got IWNRX up against the wall.
Loxy gearing there. Actually hopped up, got the level 3 armor on the sidelines, and now has the M249 as well. Looking to be a bit of a tank on the sidelines. But it's slowing down again. Still, IWNRX have the advantage. But RCB establishing and keeping control right now.
I think RCB right up into enemy lines. There could be some refrags here coming off, and nothing happens off the back of that one. It's one elimination, but they still need one more before it to be that full squad wipe. And you can just refrag off one another to win the game. Lovely shot from Kiss. Through the tiny little hole in the wall.
And another one from Wild seals the deal onto Swain. 1 point now is the difference between these two teams. Kind can't quite find Loxy, who is pushed forwards. Still playing in that action spot. The 1 point lead is there, but it's a little bit daunting now, but they just need to find these trades. 37 all, 38 now as RCB looking to keep the pressure on. Sway needs to find Loxy here, but he doesn't.
Oh,
they have 249 and it's just 1 point needed. IWNRX need it all. It's all being snatched away from them, but it's going back even. But there it is. Silas moves on out. The guy is gonna seal the deal, and that is quite the turn up. A 10-point deficit was in the face of RCB. But they stared back into the abyss, and they were not corrupted by it. They find strength and are able to pull through successfully and take down IWNRX in a way that no other team has been able to do on this TDM arena.
Yeah, it was real close. It was real close. Again, that play from Loxy with the M249, the level 3 vest, probably saved his life too in that situation where a lot of teams are just going for the hip fire spray when you jump around the corner, but you're not likely to be always hitting the headshots off that one. A lot of those bullets are going to be hitting the chest. So Loxy sort of saves the day with a huge ammo count in that M249, and the very brazen player that he is just allowed them to hang on for the short while that they actually needed to finish things off. And they were certainly panicking at the end there, John. You could tell it from IWNRX. And that is the first time that they lose a TDM match in 3 matches. I got my little upset I was hoping for as well.
Yeah, you did, actually. That was quite a turn-up as well, especially given that there was a 10-point lead for IWNRX during that match as well. All they needed to do was just not die or trade off one another.
Yeah.
And even if you make a mistake 10 times, you still win, right? So the fact that they were able to climb back up for RCB, the only team to be able to take down IWNRX, and only the second team to win a challenge when they are the team being challenged so far in the TDM. Great stuff for RCB, and hopefully a little bit of motivation for them to perform today as well. For the rest of our matches, we'll be getting to those very shortly, but for now, a quick break. We'll see you in a few. RCB able to take the winner chicken. Well, I suppose it's not technically a winner chicken dinner, right? Because it was on the TDM side. Either way, they earned $500 for that one. And they'll try and carry that momentum forwards into the rest of the game today, because we are not wasting any time here, Blank. We're going straight on it to Erangel as the plane path goes from Stelba down towards Primorsk.
Yeah, it's the Sunday lunch, right? That's what you're getting there. Going through from them.
Very nice.
Very, very nice indeed. IWNRX currently in first place still, even after that pretty bitter loss over on the TDM. Maybe that humbled them coming into these final matches. Maybe they'll do even better because of it. Or maybe it's just going to really rattle the mental. Who knows?
Zedwolf still at the top of the tables. You can see he is far and away the highest damage, highest elimination player right now this week, obviously, with players like Nomi sitting out today. He does have an advantage, right? Having played both of these days so far, you are always just going to have that advantage purely just on numbers of games that you've played. And in these early stages, that matters so much more for seeing people at the top of the table. So if you see a player who is not in all of these games near to the top, then that's still pretty impressive. But we'll have to wait and see for those MVP tables to start to consolidate as our team's starting to spread on out. The playing path, pretty fair, and as well, this circle, not as dramatic as the last two have been.
No, this one has a bit more areas you can go to. I think when you saw that last circle, you knew that you were heading over towards that north side. So I think stage 2, that last game, was so awkward for a lot of teams because they were all pushing themselves into position up towards that northern edge. This time around, you can sort of loiter down towards that south side a little bit more with the understanding that you might just get yourself a cheeky little bit of position over on the southern edge. Yeah, this is probably our most reasonable of our angles today.
Well, it does have that dastardly river in. It's one of my... I don't want to say least favorite features of the map, but it's certainly the one that makes it the hardest for teams to navigate when it's a circle like this, where it's slap bang in the middle. And making those choices just kind of seems like deciding the fate of your game based on does the circle go north or south of the river, but that's what these teams are here for, to make those hard calls and to try and make the best of them.
Pretty Max. Moving off over towards farm and mill to power. Again, I like this maneuver. I think teams are starting to realize that if there's spots open on the map, may as well take it. And with 3D Max getting shunted out of Yasnaya, their usual drop spot, towards the beginning of this tournament, I think now's definitely the time for them to take advantage of open spots on the map where groups aren't playing. This does become an awkward scenario when you get over towards the finals, where you really do want to have a dedicated spot for yourself because it's the same teams every single day. But again, a little bit of variety never hurt anyone, I'd say.
Spice up your life a little bit. Spice Girls said that. Very wise women.
Some would say the wisest.
Probably like top 7.
Maybe not.
I mean, that is pretty good advice, though. Spice up your life sometimes.
It is. It is very good advice. I'm just saying. You know, probably some philosophers that we're brushing over.
Maybe.
Virtus Pro. On our screens, over towards that.
I thought you meant Virtus Pro were philosophers. Okay. But no, yeah, absolutely.
No. I mean, they could be if they wanted to. I don't know. I've not heard too much about them.
Everyone's a philosopher. Some people are just not quite as good at it. Now that's food for thought.
It is. That was a solid.
A solid. Ooh.
Well,
I think that is nonsense, John. Please don't start defining. That was that noise. That's what that meant.
Yeah. Nonplussed.
Yeah.
I was nonplussed by this announcement. But yeah, you're right. The river does cause a couple of problems on this map. And with it being so central as well, will definitely cause some issues later on. Some of these squads. It could also provide a lifeline.
Silas.
I've seen. Yeah, just jumping through the window.
Trapped by a drain pipe there.
Yeah, give it up. I have seen sometimes that river crossing with the island that sits between it become a lifeline for some teams, though. I think I remember the absolute astonishing win from Narvalo on his lonesome on that island. It was way back when in PMPL EU, when they were under the Game Lord banner. If anyone remembers that.
Goodness me, I'm struggling to remember that.
I don't know why I just catalog these games in my head sometimes.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep cut to be able to pull out. I'd like to think that I've got a few games logged away in there somewhere, but no, that one's eluding me. But absolutely, it's that sort of weird outpost that if you commit to and are fortunate enough to have the circle go towards you, you can absolutely just be devastating from those positions, right? You can be sat there and just no one can do anything about you being this powerhouse. And as like you say, with Narvalo getting a solo win there, even just as a solo with the one sightline, you can control so much if it's an important part of the map for other teams to try and impact.
Virtus Pro now finally making their way up towards Yasnaya. It's become pretty safe rotation for them, considering they know that S2G likes to move early on these type of circles from Yaz. They just head into Yasnaya later on, potentially pick up some loot if they want to. If they don't, they can just sail on past. It's fairly safe. And then obviously Virtus Pro just barrel into the circle, find a central position for free. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah, it's there every time. Hot and fresh. At the moment,
it seems to be the new MO for them.
I mean, if it's working, why not keep going for it? But DA might come into contact with this rotation. They are crossing paths. Neither team pulling up, though. Normally you see someone hop out and go for a spray, but no, they just pull apart. They don't want anything to do with one another. Virtus Pro, they're busy choosing which compound they're just going to instantly take from right in the middle of the circle. There it is. There's the hop out from Nico. The spray's finally starting to come through over towards Virtus Pro, but they're diverting a little bit further north, so they're going to loop round towards Saverni unless they draw up and take this fight.
I think Virtus Pro is going to head a little further towards that north side. Not ideal for Virtus Pro, honestly. Getting caught out on this northern edge, but you pick a compound that you can play off the back of. Potentially try and wrap further, but next circle about to pop. This is what I mean, in the sense that you've got teams loitering on that southern side of the map. You're not all crunched in towards Saverni and that tree line where there's not a lot of playable area. We'll see where this one heads. I'm sort of hoping for southern shift.
I've got a feeling
on this circle.
Oh, I was
or
going
a
to say
central one.
I've got a feeling on north, but I guess we were both wrong on that front.
Yeah,
we're going to that middle island.
Bad prediction game there.
Yeah,
we lost the rock paper scissors at the same time.
The coin landed on the edge,
which is impressive. Yeah. Either way, that was cool. We like that. I like a little bit of unpredictability in my matches. But yeah, over towards that central side, in which case the island is in play. You get to see your favorite spot of the map, John.
That's mine. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And we have 5 solos just hiding on the coastline of it. So
there is going to be quite a few bridge campers. You're right. There is going to be quite a few bridge campers here. I think that is becoming more and more of a staple approach in these kind of games. And we have had a position like this before where we just had teams littered across the bank.
I think if there's a team that could go for a position on this island, it's RCB, potentially, but I think it's too early to go for it right now. You don't really want to commit anything over there, because as soon as you have to leave, if the circle doesn't go to that central island, right, or if it cuts you out, then you're going to be so exposed to the teams once they've become established. In the next circle, if it shrinks again onto that central island, that's when I'd start to think about moving 1, maybe 2 players. I'd probably only put 1 over onto that central island, unless it's under contest. Then you start to move 2, or maybe even put all 3 of your players, well, I say all 3 of those players onto that central island to try and hold out the bridge angle, and leave a little snake underneath the other side of it. S2G, they're trying to move along from the north side of Rosok, and are not having great success right now. They've lost a player to a knock. Looks like it hasn't been flushed out yet, though, so they might have the cover to get the res.
Potentially, like it did go through there. Again, a bit of a crunch for S2G. Have to get in here fairly quickly, and I think they realize over towards that south side, not a bad position to be in. You can head up towards the compound that sits just a little bit south on the western edge of Rozhok. You get high ground to work with as well. I'm not sure if they don't know or they do know that this compound is free, because I think I'd much prefer to be up towards that side. Then again, maybe they don't want to force themselves into a condition where they have to leave that compound later on, which is awkward. So they're a little bit more fluid now, but they are open to fire from the northern bank.
3D Max. They're right on the edge. You can see them just leaving Potato Hill now. With Fireflux in the compound to their northwest, that hillside that sits above it can be pretty brutal to try and hold against from that compound. And this is where RCB send a player over the bridge, right? You have to be thinking about how you're going to have to push over there or control that crossing. I imagine the position you take is on that bridge side. You try and play underneath the bridge or try and play in that sort of location, but they're not going for it just yet. They still want to hold this south coast.
Yeah, I think that you can head over towards that island early on, but because RCB is so close to it, any team that would want to go towards the island would likely have to fly through a lot of teams, and it would cause them a huge amount of hurt. So if RCB can control this position from this side of the map for as long as possible, I think they can make their end game much easier if they do cross over towards the island later on. So they want to take advantage of this spot as long as possible and not give up the potential it has.
Oh dear
me.
Heroic, Falcons, and Virtus Pro all running into one another. Battering Rams, knocking on the door, but Virtus Pro actually going very low, and it's Heroic to be able to win out that fight. I don't think I'd have called that. But Virtus Pro go down. They're denied access blank for the first time. They tried to go in, and they were stopped.
Me. I'm glad to see it, though.
Agreed.
I think it's been a long time coming.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, there's a bouncer on the door in Heroic. Not the bouncer that I assumed would be doing the bouncing. However, good job. Well done. You get your pay slip today.
Falcons, the remnants of Falcons, rather, only on one player now. It's actually dove into the water on the north side of that central island. Digital Athletics taking up position in one of the bunkers on the northern shore. This has excellent sightlines over towards the south side to control pretty much everywhere in that area. The danger is obviously from Gladiator's angle, that side swipe that has a straight shot down the side of it, and people rolling over the hills atop of you. So that's Footballers, Chaos, and Gladiators, their main threats right now for the DA position. But we know how good this team is at keeping people at bay. Can they hold it together long enough to earn points on this game where they haven't been able to do so far?
I think that for anyone in this game, trying to last out till stage 5+ is going to be difficult. With this very much leaning over towards a central island finish, I would be extremely worried if I was any of these other teams in the lobby. And we're heading in stage 5 now, which you've described in the past as the Thanos snap. We do get rid of half of our teams. Wow. And this is certainly going to be one hell of a snap here, John. Will cause some major problems.
It's going to be tricky, isn't it? Heroic losing a player to Onyx Ravens. Ragnarok unlikely to get rezzed here with Onyx Ravens descending on this position. Everybody going to have to leave this northern shore. RCB, I mean, I guess pretty glad that they didn't send the player over to that central island, because they'd have to be pulling them back now with S2G moving in, with IW next Ruya as well, just on their southwest side. Over towards Sunken. Potential for things to get messy. Nigma Galaxy, S2G, toe-to-toe now as the first knock goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. And they find another as well. S2G pulled down to 2 as in goes Calci for the spray. Good for 1. He's cleaning out the room now. Finds a second as well. There's an off angle. A nade starting to come on through over towards RCB on their hold as well. And it is just 2 players now for Nigma Galaxy to be playing up on the top side. Ralph cooking the nade over towards Ray Z, but he repositions. There's 2 players now for S2G still alive, and they could get this res and maybe get back to 3.
I feel so bad for Nigma Galaxy. Coops has only just come back from a DC there.
Got more to say about it, though. Look at that nade in from Ralph. Around the corner, Coops is going to ring out with a DBS. Descends from the top of the stairs and looks for Kelsey. Jump shot around the corner. 2's enough to handle S2G.
Oh, I love that. Imagine getting disconnected mid-match and then coming back and just cleaning up. I do feel bad for Enigma Galaxy, though, because that fight looked like it was going extremely well. And I think if you throw Coops into the mix, that would have been easily 4-player win. Just unfortunate. These things happen.
It's pretty unfortunate for DA on this northern shore as well. They had that bunker, that trench, that you can overlook so much of the circle with, but the hard south shift displaces them almost immediately after they've established themselves there. Heroic still trying to swim on, trying to stay underwater. Looks like Saleh going to do something similar. Playing out to the east point of that central island. 3D Max taking an important hill on the southeast side of this circle with a lot of open ground around this area, Blank. That's what is going to be some of the defining features of these next circles. There is a lot of treacherous open terrain here. We call it the headshot hills for a reason. You poke your head up, it is more than likely to become a fine red mist pretty shortly.
DA drop back off. Gladiator is going for a crazy push over the island here.
Oh, Matt.
And he's out. Nice. Excellent dive. 10 out of 10. You know, I will say, I respect that IWNRX and RCB haven't moved off this spot. It's difficult to get out of here and find a better position. So you're sort of banking on the northern shift again. You go one way and back the other. Power did take control of this high ground earlier. Brute Force are giving them some trouble, though.
Players directly to their right, and the nade cook over the top could be pretty brutal. And it is indeed. Kante landing one onto Chudo. Knocked pretty close to this one, and that nade over towards Prepod might find the damage. The heals are starting to come through, but more nades find the flush over onto Chudo. And 3 players now in action. Brute Force, I think, thinking better of moving up here because they do not need this position with the circle shifting out east towards Sunken.
Yeah, they need to leave this one and quickly. Luckily for Power, they are on the right side of the circle here, which does sort of put a lot of pressure over towards the Brute Force. Speeding up this fight as well might lead Brute Force to make some silly mistakes.
Gotten almost rid of half the lobby now, Blank, but there's 13 teams still in this one. It is going to be so brutal to go down here to a unfortunate scrap or a nade knock. Unfortunate fashion, in through the smoke they go, and it's going to be Freezer who are able to find 1 and 2 as well. Freezer continues to move forwards, but Fireflux have an off angle. They find the knock, they spot Power as well, and there's so much more damage pouring on in. That is unfortunate for Brute Force to go down there. 1 in limb. Very, very early on their game. On the south side, in the meantime, Robs opening up the cannons towards the Moneymakers. Koa jumps out wide and falls prey to him once again. It is 3D Max to hold the line, but Icy wants to find Robs and is good for the spray. Now just off Valo. He's cooking the nade. He knows what Icy is. It's the last player to stand for Moneymakers. If it lands, that'll take them all the way out, but it doesn't quite tag on enough. Look at that, so close.
Wow, that's so unfortunate. So close to being a godly nade from Narvalo. One sent over the top for him. Narvalo spots the vehicle moving. Players are bleeding out quickly, though. Needs to stick this fight.
Oh, Narvalo up close to danger now, but the shots for Icy just aren't hitting. He needs to reload, and in with a DBS. This is a crucial shot, and he can get it done. The res is potentially in now for 3D Max. They need to be fast about it, but they've got a chance. Moneymakers eliminated 0 elims, and this is what I'm talking about. There's 25 players alive, but there's 10 teams still. There's no placements up for grab.
It is rough right now for a lot of these squads. 3D Max might be able to get themselves back up to full 4-man. Like I said, if they're quick about it. Fireflux finishes off the remainder of Power. Just 1 player left remaining for them. 3 eliminations. Easy. Tries to take some shots, but at this point, I think it might just be done and dusted for them. Onyx Ravens going down on the northern side. They get a nasty run in with Footballist. RCB, once again, king of the central position on the map.
They're getting in there.
I don't know how they do it.
They have lost a player, though, already. I think that was earlier to a scrap with IWNRX, who hold the majority of Sunken. I'm impressed with what DA have managed to do. They've got Nico into Sunken. They've got 3 players on that south coast of the central island, which means that they could potentially go for a swim, surface up there with a little bit of safety, a little bit of control to the south of them. It looks like they might be using that bridge to keep cover from Silas.
I mean, it is working for them. DA might be able to make the full crossing as well, which is awesome.
Getting through with the scuba gear. Taking the swim. Yekta surfacing first. Getting into Sunken, though, is non-trivial. There's a lot of sightlines you need to be worried about. Here's a replay on Robs, holding down that high ground. It was Icy to take him down. The shots, actually from both of those 2 players, from Icy and Narvalo, were a little bit wayward, but they still managed to make it work. Now, Digital Athletics, with that smoke train established, they can start to move out. They move as a group, and they take control of the north side of Sunken. This is really effective maneuvering from DA, and I really like what they've done here.
Yeah, it has been a slow approach to the game, but the safest one to get across here is always awkward moving in from that island on the north side, but you have to be right on the edge of the blue at all times and taking clean victories over towards a lot of the other squads on that northern edge before you can even think about doing something like this. Not to mention maintaining the majority of your players alive at this point in the game. It's not easy. So DA, IWNRX, RCB, all looking for a big win here. Though it is 3D Max who have basically won the entirety of the bout over towards that south side. They have a lot of ridges to play around.
Yeah, a lot of terrain that they can use as cover. Moving up here. The ridge on the south side, Robs and Snowix currently playing on it. Narvalo and Victor still moving around, marauding on that south edge. You're right. It's likely to move away from this sunken city. You can see the amount of open ground that sits here. And if Footballist Chaos get taken out, there's nobody else outside of the settlement.
Yeah, and I think for where 3D Max is currently playing, God, the sight lines on that place are so awesome for picking up a huge amount of eliminations towards the late side of the game. And 3D Max would definitely like a lot more eliminations on to date. Currently sitting at 28 points. It's not terrible for the first innings. With still technically 3 matches to go.
I suppose, yeah, if you include this one, they have got 3 point scoring opportunities there. Still, either way, they've managed to get quite a few eliminations this time around. And look at that, Snowix ticking up to 600 damage for 3D Max. And it's highly unlikely that they get pushed off this ridgeline. It is a game of the circle, though, at this stage. If it goes south, it's a 3D Max game. But if it goes to Sunken, they're going to be cut out potentially in 7th place.
I think you take those numbers. No one else would be on the south side. It was going to be fairly improbable to get across this open ground, and there it is. The circle move down, out of Sunken towards the guys in 3D Max's arena. They're going to be really careful now. There certainly will be teams that still have vehicles. Z here, Footballist Chaos actually maintain quite a few that seem to be fairly healthy as well. DA wading through the water. What their wellies on.
Making quite good progress, but the nades, difficult to get away from when you're getting slowed by it. Frozen wants to find a knock over towards DA. IWNRX have 2 players alive, so getting a nade knock, very important for them. And that bounces just off the edge of that building. That's unfortunate. He wanted to put it in through the window, but it gets diverted, and he only has 2 more in the back pocket. So Swain denied that chance. In go Football, it's Chaos. They're going into Sunken. They want to take control of the south point of it, away from Enigma Galaxy. And they've just managed to get through, but that's a huge spray down, a huge nade from RCB to be able to keep things under control. Football is Chaos have Catastrophe Strike. And that Molotov on the tree pins them to this corner of the wall. Immediately, Loxy steps out, but he's eaten away by a nade. But there's more to come, and it is absolute chaos on the south point here. Football is Chaos moving on in, getting cut down, and 3D Max can extend their influence all the while.
Goodness me. 3D Max just need to get a couple of pickoffs during this one. RCB fall over so easily here. Basically prodded. And like a cardboard cutout, tumbled to the ground. Coops takes a nasty nade, but does not fall prey to it.
Nobody looking healthy here, except for 3D Max and Digital Athletics. To be fair, they've managed to clean quite a lot of this position. And it is a miracle, really, that they've stayed alive with 4. I've praised their rotations earlier this match. They're now up to 7 elims on this northern side. A chance to break out here. If they can get up to second place, that would be a great result for them because the circle goes away from Sunken yet again.
Whew, this is an awesome circle for 3D Max. Keeps that little ridgeline in. I think teams are being pretty funny about this, though. They're trying to get as many elimination points as they can from within their own arena. No one wants to move out and get taken down by 3D Max on the outer edge. Nice nade pick up over towards Docker Machine. Just Rookie. Last alive now.
Novalo gets knocked.
Wow, okay.
At distance. I mean, DA, they've got the accuracy. They've got a smoke. If they can get up to that little divot and they've cleared out their back, there's potential. But even then, they're completely in the mercy of the nades of 3D Max, if it should go that way. It's such a difficult approach here. I feel like you just can't make this happen. You just can't do it. Rookie goes down to a nade from Coops. And Enigma Galaxy up to 8 elims, I believe. Top 3 teams now. Coops and Ralph looking to try and hold things together. But DA, they know that they've got another team in this location. They've seen these vehicles. They've seen Enigma Galaxy. Narvalo moving in for an off angle. And you just got to wait for 3D Max to win this one out, surely.
There is potential for DA. It's difficult, but it's not an unwinnable game, and they have maintained 4 of their players. They are now just looking to remove the final squad here, but Ralph and Coops not as easy targets as I think they first anticipated them to be.
Finding the crossfire and another shot as well. Scarface now the last to stand, and DA. Dispatch Yekta, sorry, the last to stand for DA. Ralph and Coops standing tall for Enigma Galaxy to try and put themselves up into a second place. And this is a great branch out from Snowix. Victor puts him down, and this is a great forward position now. They've got Ralph and Coops dead to rights. They just need to convert here. But can Coops and Ralph find anything? Moving on up, Rob's around the tree, spots Coops. Now it's just Ralph on the back lines. He's penned into the building. Not really too much to play for here. Low HP, and Ralph finds the first. Spraying over to the tree with the DPS. 5 more, 4 more. Can he get another knock? 2 players down.
Hello?
And Ralph's still going, but it needs the reload. Has to go for the swap, but it's not enough. Just too many players for him to handle. It looked like he had something in him, but the dog was not primed for the dinner today. It will be 3D Max to shut that one down. In the end, there was nothing anyone could do to step out of Sunken. The control all in the favor of the French roster.
I think if you are 3D Max there, I didn't want to see them just sit over on that ridge for too long. I appreciate that they pushed out towards the end there. They're happy about that game, and so they should be as well. But pushing out towards the end, a little bit of French pride as well, but pushing out towards the end ensures they get the maximum amount of elimination points. They know they don't get these kind of games coming around for them too often, so they want to maximize efficiency on that match. So I like it. They go up by, I think, around about 19 points at the end there, or was it 20 points with the eliminations that they accrued, which should sit them pretty at 42. So either way, that is a strong day. Yeah, 3D Max, and much needed for them.
Definitely is. I mean, it is really, really great news for them to be able to add on those points. I think some of the strongest days we've seen have been up towards that 60 to 70 mark as well. So if they're able to give themselves that opportunity to earn, 10 points in both of these next two matches, maybe even get another chicken dinner as well, which obviously would be brilliant, right? To find 2 chicken dinners on a day is great stuff. But absolutely still would be very, very good news to put them up against some of the strongest performers in week 3 if they're able to do that. But there's still two more games to go. Ralph smiling at us, and rightly so. I mean, they held off quite a long time just as a duo. They had a lot of fights to get through, and they made it work for Enigma Galaxy, racking up 9 elimination points and 15 overall.
Yeah, it's again sort of unfortunate. I think that game could have gone a lot better for them. There weren't some unforeseen circumstances that occurred. But either way, 3D Max very happy about this one. Enigma Galaxy, I think Ralph really pulls through. It'd be nice if Ralph pulled through more often, other than when it was a dire situation, honestly. It just shows that he's got it in him to make it work. I mean, he went toe-to-toe with 3D Max really nicely. Like, he's got style. He's got style, 100%. Digital Athletics, some nice rotations from that north side, though undoubtedly they were able to be taken down by Enigma Galaxy when they thought that would be a fairly easy fight. Coop said, no, this is a 2v4, yes, but we're still going to take it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. They managed to get that great off angle that I don't think was expected by Digital Athletics in the final moments. I was getting a few flashbacks to a certain Miramar match when 3D Max were rolling forwards there and Ralph was starting to unload that DBS in their direction. Dami was able to shut them down in a similar scenario, right? And they must have been having that run through their minds pretty brutally because it was another run-up that they did previously that lost them that engagement, right? So they tried the same here. It worked out in the end, but it was still hairy. And I think, especially on the player cams right at the end, you could see that frustration, right? They were thinking, okay, look, 3 of us got knocked right at the end. That should not be allowed to happen. I know we won it, but like, that's way too close to the wire. It's happened to us before. It can happen to us again, unless we figure out how to go for these late game pushes a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, the old Twisted Minds flashbacks coming through for 3D Max there, which is not ideal. You don't want to be reliving that nightmare again. So I do like that they were able to all push up. They did take more time to set that fight up between them and Ralph. Ralph, yes, got the better of them, but that way, with the way they were positioned on that engagement, at least it was a situation where it was unlikely, very unlikely they would lose it, as opposed to the 1v1v1v1. There was the initial 1v1 supported by the 2 players behind the tree. So either way, they should have been able to bring things back up to speed. With that game, it still does not sit them on the first page so far because they have only played 4 of their matches at this current moment. It's mostly 10 matches played, but I think the interesting newcomer to that top side is Gladiators, second place with 71 points.
Yeah, able to get a decent chunk going on out. The tiebreaker actually comes through to sit them above RCB. It is 2 chicken dinners to 1 chicken dinner, and they have the same placement points, same elim points, same everything except for that chicken dinner count. So that is the decider here. IWNRX, though, clearly very far ahead of everybody else, able to get some value out of that match as well. More placement points, more elims than anybody else in the lobby right now.
I think that's the big thing in this tournament, is just gleaning value from absolutely anything and everything, including these matches. For IWNRX, very similar to a lot of our teams that sit up towards that top side of the tables, it's that case of no bad games. And that is specifically very noticeable in international tournaments, where you get one team who just feels impossible to beat. Because they just do not drop matches and they do not drop points. So catching up to them is really, really hard. When we didn't have bonus points involved, I believe there was a tournament way back when with, what were they called? Something the Murder.
Oh, Valdus.
Valdus the Murder. There we go. Yeah, and they didn't have any, no one had any bonus points going into that finals. However, they just put up 5 to 8 points every single match. And it was disgustingly brutal for every other squad because you just couldn't catch them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seems to be that this week IWNRX are up to those tricks, but it's really team spirit in my mind that embodies that, right? Obviously, over both of these weeks now, they have just been not flawless by any stretch of the imagination, but like Valdus the Murder, were able to. That's a good throwback, isn't it?
Yeah,
Valdus the Murder. They're able to put up consistent points just all the time, adding to their tally and still sitting pretty close to that 10-point average, which is a really, really solid result. If you're getting 10 points average per match, it's very likely you're going to be in that top spot in this tournament format with these points laid out as they are. At the moment, nobody in our tournament has got that 10-point average over this week. I think nobody overall has actually got over a 10-point average on any week as well. So it is a really, really difficult metric to find. It's not the case right now, but if IWNRX keep putting up good results, they might be able to breach it because they're getting pretty close. They are right on the edge of it. But we've got 2 more matches. Both of them will be over on the desert. Miramar is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's time for Miramar. We're getting on into the desert lickety-split. We've only got 2 more matches to play out today, and our teams are putting their best foot forwards to try and jump towards the top of the table. Certainly, Gladiators have managed to find some success in that last match as well, earning a couple of points, jumping up to 3rd place. But it's IWNRX who are still leading from the front. Zedwolf got MVP yesterday. Looks like they want to do the same again today.
It would be funny if they get MVP today. But if you want to be MVP in your house, make sure to grab a Packer Monster and unleash the beast with you and your friends. You can find out more at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's Monster Energy, our official energy drink sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA.
He's trying to get one of those monsters sent over his way. He's trying to get some attention there. But attention is always captured by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA. All of the players using these phones over the course of the entire tournament, and they are doing wonderful things. Well, some of them are. Some of them, not so much, but it's nothing to do with the phone. That is just pure misplay sometimes on their behalf. But there have been some brilliant plays coming on through over the course of it. One that stands out, I think, is that Doka Machine 1v4 spray down, right? Over onto Heroic, as well as Freeze's spray down onto Digital Athletics on the earlier match we had today.
Yeah, some crazy plays coming out so far. That man is shrimped up right now. Not good for the posture.
Oh, that's a back pain in 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, it might seem cool now and comfy now. I promise you, it will not be. I can confirm.
Still trying to keep himself in the zone for the match as we take to the skies over Miramar. Plane path flying in from that northwest side by Trailer Park down towards Puerto Paraíso as we go in for round 1 of the desert over to Miramar.
Another match here on Miramar. Some teams do better than others on this particular map. I think that I'm looking at DA, S2G, get themselves some strong matches on this side. 3D Max in for the first time in a while, which will mean that some of S2G's rotations are a little bit sparser. They will be taking control over towards San Martin. Gladiators out, who had pretty good showing yesterday on Miramar, honestly. A lot of the circles were up towards that northern side, so slightly easier for them to get to as well. But that has been a long time coming. We had a lot of southern circles on Miramar so far.
Teams looking to drop out. Potentially try and get away from one another. Yeah, S2G dropping shorter than 3D Max here. 3D Max going a little bit further over towards Hacienda. They don't have too much more distance left on their parachute drop. I think they can get maybe 200 meters more, and they might want to with this circle pop. It goes all the way up north, Blank, centers up towards water treatment, towards that Hacienda position, and teams are going to have to navigate the bumpy terrain around that graveyard area in order to get up north. Teams out in the east, let's take a look at that, because that might be a bit of a hot drop between IWNX Ruya and DA over towards Impala. So potential trouble over there, and that eastern rotation path is going to be very, very important moving into this circle, because a lot of teams are going to want to take that to avoid that central glut, the central problematic area.
Yeah, for IWNRX, I think they've just found themselves a quick vehicle. They're going to regroup in that. That plane path did not allow them to get up towards El Azahar early on. So they all need to get in the vehicle and send up towards that eastern edge. Was slightly dangerous around the side of DA, but I don't think this is a play that IWNRX has made very often, so DA don't exactly find the initial shots on this one. I think they pick up 2 vehicles, in fact, which might leave DA in a slightly awkward spot in the future in terms of maneuverability. Pretty much Grand Theft Auto going on in Impala.
Just trying to grab what you can and skedaddle. Get out of Dodge. And yeah, we just have seen everybody diverting. Wants to hop back into the 4x4. More stability on the undulations, the treacherous terrain of the desert hills. very, very difficult to navigate sometimes. So you want that stability, and can be very important when you're trying to make your way through some treacherous areas, as this circle seems to want to go towards.
Yeah, awkward matches over towards this north side a lot of times, with the high ground that's involved quite frequently. Pretty Max gets to have the inside edge here. Move through Hacienda, potentially up towards water treatment. We've got Footballist Chaos, who moved up there nice and early. Shots going out over towards Onyx Ravens, who are trying to get up towards Trailer Park. I think they yoinked some vehicles, or moving back up towards their original position.
Again, only damage being seen for anybody right now. Fireflux, they've taken a little bit on one of their players, but I think that might just be full damage, given that Fireflux are very isolated right now over towards Chumacera. Moneymakers in Puerto Paraiso, very, very chill. Now, the Moneymakers have had an interesting day, right? They have had one really good game where most of those points have come from, those 27 points that they've earned. And then the rest of them, basically dead silence. And we want more from them. We've seen that they can have those breakout performances, obviously with the chicken dinner that they're able to get on Sandhawk, with some of their performances in week 1 as well. They were able to do pretty incredible stuff, to be fair. But it's just either there or completely not in the meantime. And I think that historically that has been the problem with a couple of the players on that roster. So maybe it is just the combination of that really coming back and bubbling up to the surface.
Yeah, possibly. I think for the Moneymakers, again, some weird plays here and there. Awkward fights that they take. They look fairly decent up and towards that mid game, and then some mistakes start to flow on through. Even some of their rotations are just incredibly dangerous at times, and I'm sort of confused as the reasoning behind them. I think a few of them work out really well because they're able to pinpoint positions around the map where engagements are likely to happen later on, and then they clear out a huge amount of space. But that's not necessarily a good thing. The fact that you can only have a strong match once you have a ton of space to play around with, and they are banking on winning some big fights. I think they actually have. I'm not sure. I think they do have the most amount of chicken dinners in the tournament at the moment. I think they might have been taken over recently. I'm not sure.
I think so, because they were on 8, if memory serves, before, and they were 1 ahead of Team Spirit, I believe, who are on 7 at the top of the tables. And so with the chicken dinner that they got today, they'll be on 9, and Team Spirit, I don't think... did they get 1? Yes? No, they didn't get any so far this week. So yeah, then they will be on 9 chicken dinners ahead of the curve of everybody else.
Just curious, right? It's really curious. So the Moneymakers, they really excel in circles where they could dominate. But you also need to just have matches where you survive. Because it is interesting where RCB's sort of the complete opposite of this scenario. Able to get the initial shot onto Scarface, that was dangerous though. But yeah, RCB is the complete opposite of this, where honestly they're really good at just surviving towards the center of circles for a long time. But when it comes to giving them space and giving them an opportunity to start taking some big fights, they just don't do so well there. So if you merged Moneymakers and RCB, you'd have a ridiculously good squad.
Which players would you take from each roster, though? That's the thing.
I wouldn't take either. I just mean you just put them in a machine and would just make them all into 4 people.
Like the Fly.
Yeah, like the Fly, exactly.
That well-known reference for the audience that came out in, what was it, 19...
A little bit of Kafka. Is it Kafka? I think it's Kafka.
Sorry?
Is it Kafka?
I'm not entirely sure who directed it.
It's based on...
It's got Jeff Goldblum in it.
I think it's based on Metamorphosis. So...
Life finds a way.
Kafka-esque.
Something like that. You seem to know more about the source material than I do, but the upshot is, if you put 2 things into the machine, it spits out a merged form of them, and that's what you're hoping for between the Moneymakers and RCB. And I feel like that team exists in this lobby, Blank, and I think it is Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They are the Jeff Goldblum fly of this lobby.
Slightly less gross, I'd say. Pretty disgusting in terms of gun skill and capability. But yeah. Up towards that northern side, around Torre Armada, Meku already has that high ground. Tixie's still in the game. I personally think that their Frozen is probably a better pick.
Ooh, okay.
Over Tixie right now. I think he's just more consistent.
I think that's quite a big statement, though. And I know we talked about this a little bit earlier. And yeah, I think you might be onto something with that consistency thing. It's something that we've been harping on about for a long time, is something that's necessary in this stage of the tournament. But I think when you move over to the finals, I think having someone like Tixie is very, very important as well. To be able to have those pop-off capabilities, to be able to get huge point-scoring games.
I think that let's see how this plays out quickly first. We've got Heroic and Power and Moneymakers.
Oh, Bishke runs out of rounds in the magazine. You could hear him tapping away, but there's just nothing left in the barrel. Goes down to it and gets flushed almost immediately. A lot of players pushing in on the south side. Enigma Galaxy now taking up this ridge line. You've got DA who are going to roll up. I think they might divert out to the east of this potentially if they don't want to go straight into this conflict. But everybody here suffering now, just that little bit. Enigma Galaxy wanting that res before they do anything else.
Yeah, genuinely though, that is classic Moneymakers behavior, which is they hear a fight and they rock up on it really, really quickly. But with this circle, you've got to understand that so many people on the eastern side will be rotating up this way late because the playing path was so far leaning down towards the south on the eastern edge. So I think Moneymakers pick a bad time to be fighting, basically. Luckily, they're getting points off the back of it.
Quite a few by the looks of things. I mean, Heroic lose, I think that's 4 ankles that just got busted by Icy. 2 on each of those players. Ragnarok and Hassan both fall victim to him. Just going to put a couple more rounds down range, confirm these points while he still can, before they take the fight
came out.
to the rest of them.
Kill me. Do it.
My time is over. It's what I want.
Enigma Galaxy with a little bit of their rivalry here between Ralph and Bishke. Ralph to actually get that initial pick off too, so add salt to the wound a little bit.
Look at the circle here. Gladiators with that wide split on the hill that sits prominently in the middle of this next zone. Nobody putting pressure on them fully just yet. Ooh, okay. Big nade from Fireflux. A lot of damage over towards the side of the road there on Enigma Galaxy. With that circle shift down south as well. That's only going to help the Gladiators' position, but it's going to put the Onyx Ravens in direct competition with them for that spot. Onyx Ravens likely to be thinking about pushing over here. IWNRX as well may want to find an opening as over the road you go. And Sulke, Fireflux just rolling on in and handling Enigma Galaxy really, really effectively from their position. And Fireflux getting 2 points for it.
Yeah, good stuff. Moneymakers, you got Old Boy here looking over towards Zachariah. I feel like Moneymakers so far have just been flushing Heroic. Doesn't seem to be too much else going on their side of things. Okay, sends another grenade across. The first one was pretty banging. Over towards Enigma Galaxy. Ooh. There is a return fire over towards him from Icy.
He thinks twice about going for that again. Can tell you that much. Gets that first aid off, retreats to safety, but they're outside of the zone and will want to move on in past this barrier. And if Old Boy gets spotted, that's a great opener. Silas, actually the one to do so from RCB. That's further into the circle. With the fields that sit between them, that is a difficult crossing to make. It's a really odd position there. They're going to have to push up north towards DA, towards Power, towards Footballers Chaos as well, if they want to move forwards here. And then they're sort of funneled into the Gladiator sightlines, and it's a really tricky spot to be getting on with.
I thought the bounce was going to be good here. Fireflux looking to move further down, baiting out the shots, but the nade is just not quite doing enough over towards them. In the meantime, looking over towards that north side of the map, you have this fielded area that sits between the Fireflux team, Moneymakers, Falcons, RCB have got to move out of there. Virtus Pro making the wide wrap as are IWNRX realizing the northern side of the circle is just a little bit safer than everywhere else right now.
Icy is dodging these nades pretty effectively. Spots Solke on a run and finds the shot. Goes for the flush immediately. Just wants the points. Good capitalization on the opportunity there. Hits the deck, and RCB can suppress Fireflux as they try and push forwards as well. He's playing them off against one another quite masterfully for the time being, and Icy gets a second. Ketch now moving in with the buggy. Tries to crash on in, but he's stopped short by the other vehicle. Exploded, burnt out as Ketch tries to land the shots with the DBS, and Icy around the sideline, still holding on for the Moneymakers. Finally, it's put to bed, but a lot of damage done to Fireflux.
Sort of insane, actually, how well he's able to handle that fight. Looks down to practically nothing. I think if he was able to knock Lux, that would have been a very different story. Being able to put your attention all on one player. Stage 4. See where the circle goes. Brute Force and 3D Max currently playing around water treatment. The silos in that area, but we're heading over towards that central high ground in the middle. Interesting finish here, actually. Gladiators probably want to make the move down as soon as they can. RCB in a pretty good spot now to hold out a lot of teams on that south edge who know they have to move further in. S2G over on that lip. That's going to be a difficult rotate. If I was them, I'd just bite the bullet and go for the full northern rotate on the circle.
Take a look at where IWNRX are, and I'm trying to figure out where their fourth player is. Oh, they've got two up to that north side by Onyx Ravens, potentially. Looking to push along the ridges towards Gladiators from the north side, but we'll have to wait for that, because over in water treatment, two teams are scrapping it out. Virtus Pro are not going to be able to take this one for free. S2G and oh goodness me, sorry. And 3D Max. Both now trying to take the fight here. 3D Max on the east side of things, with a lot better cover from S2G. So Virtus Pro bearing the brunt of this one.
Please just put it over to the right-hand side.
Not going to happen.
Dear me, that's frustrating. He done the left, he done the middle, and then never sent anything over towards the right side. Annoying. IWNRX comfortably take down the Ravens. They've lost Swain. Now they have to deal with Gladiators, who I think are pretty much posted up here for when they make their move in.
Gladiators going to be very, very ready for this. Obviously, hearing those gunshots up to the north, they'll be wary of these hillsides more so. IWNRX moving out to the west, but in vehicles, meaning that Gladiators, again, going to have that information. The high ground that Gladiators have, very constrictive on the position that is in water treatment. They should have some sightlines down there, but they're quite up to the north of it right now, meaning that they're unlikely to be able to see down there for the time being. And nobody has taken the hill to the east of water treatment. This is an opportunity potentially for Power to start to control this east side of the circle, to stop things getting too far away from them. And I like Power's position. Given where they are right now, given the power they have to control it, I think that they are in a good spot. The disadvantage they have, they're only on 3. 3D Max continually peppering over to Virtus Pro, but they haven't been able to get any flushes just yet. Maybe that's about to change.
Cheeky Picos here from 3D Max. I like that play from Narvalo as well as he's running through. Managed to get the side swipe. Robs knocks another in Milky Way. Starting to look a little bit dangerous now for Virtus Pro.
They're all alive, though.
Corralled a little bit. Let's put it that way. Another shot onto Corker. I mean, the big thing right now is that 3D Max is just cutting through the supplies in a big way.
Yeah. With Falcons now on the southwest corner, the Virtus Pro crunch is really starting to sweat them. You're right, those supplies going very, very low. The armor taking a beating on Furia. But 3D Max are split. And it is just Victor in this location. The rest of them trying to play up top. They know if they fully commit down to it, it's basically a death warrant. Even if they get those 4 points, they're going down pretty soon after that. The Gladiators still with that high ground position. Nobody's swept up on the east side. Footballers Chaos are seeing that that stops by holding in their small compound out on the east side, but DA might try and leapfrog that. I still like Power's position on the south side, but RCB are going to bear down upon it.
Circle's going to close now. Falcons been waiting for this run out from Virtus Pro. They opened the door, immediately had to go back inside. Just cannot escape.
They forgot the umbrella.
From this control room.
It's looking pretty stormy out there. Falcons trying to rain on their parade, but they've established a forward position now. Oh, no, wait. No, this is 3D Max. The two purple teams, again. Give me the runaround mentally.
I like the Falcons are able to swoop in, though, over towards that ridge side that sits just behind them. Gladiators also weren't able to hold out IWNRX. Very unwilling to give up this ridge line that they've got on the northern side. In the meantime, S2G did make that northern approach. Tried to swing round as opposed to moving across the field. And RCB have done what RCB does best. Hunker down towards that south side. Good shot from Frozen.
Immediately flushed out as well. Calci goes down and they can move back. The buggy's smoking, but he might need to pop on in. The health bar looking pretty shaky right now. Just get into the zone. Okay, that health bar does keep him nice and safe. He does have time for it, but puts him into an awkward position if he has to go further. Virtus Pro trying to make their way across, and 3D Max will start to cut them down. The Falcons want to have a say into this one, but they're safe for now. Malloy now the last to stand for Virtus Pro. They tried to cross out in the open. They didn't have the supplies to go for it, and the nades will pressure him back as well. I don't think Malloy's getting any further than this, but can 3D Max do that? Because in the meantime, Falcons have moved around. They've taken the high ground to the east of water treatment that nobody was operating on, and now they have a great position in the circle for the Falcons to try and play from. They've left Ragnar out on the south side. There's a potential off angle.
No one wants to be playing towards the center of this map. Victor finally finds him. 10 teams still remaining in stage 5. It's an awkward finish here. A lot of these fights isolated. There's no one on the northeast.
With that Falcons off angle dispatched, the nades can come on through.
Wow.
Oh my goodness me. I was going to say 3D Max straight up to the ridgeline uncontested, but look at that nade and a third knock there as well. Just Robs now remaining standing, and the Falcons have played this masterfully around this water treatment area. The nade a little bit too far to the left for him, but he's going to put that one looking like it might be right on the money, but it falls short of the ridge. Unfortunate bounce there, but in goes Ragnar, pushing forwards. Wary as ever, 3D Max being pushed by the blue zone. They can't get all these reses, and Robs has to march on forwards, but straight into the gunfire from Team Falcons. What can he do about this? A solo player now as his teammates are bleeding out. Robs has been spotted. Satan looking for the peak, but the Gladiator is going to have some off-angle shots here. So can CEO later if he gets the chance. Robs pushing up, close to Satan now on the ridgeline. He spotted him. Look at the Gladiators off angle. Robs just peppered by bullets now. A lot of challenges sent his way, and it's Satan to put it to sleep.
It's a really hard push for him. It's a disgusting nade. They make their way out. They were so caught up in that fight between them and Virtus Pro. RCB just get ripped to pieces. As soon as they have to make their initial move, man, I just don't understand it. They're not a bad team. We saw them versus IWNRX. They won their TDM. So I'm just confused by some of these matches that we see come through from them. Communication is not quite there when it comes to organizing themselves in these engagements. Into our final 6 teams with 16 players.
At this point, the Gladiators definitely with the advantage on this match. Teams are starting to sort themselves out. Footballers Chaos have a decent position out on the east, but again, they're going to have to leave fairly soon. If the Gladiators come off their high ground in the next minute or two, then Footballers Chaos are going to have a better time of things. So this trio on the back line not going to be in, and we'll have to shunt a little bit further east. Here's the replay of the fight between Power and RCB. Okay, Easy's just completely dominating them there. 3 players tried to move in, and he took them all on one by one.
Quite literally easy for him. So Power managed to get themselves into a top 5 situation now. 3D Max not far behind, actually, from Team Spirit on the day's result. It's great news. Meku sends a grenade. Actually, doesn't spot See You Later make it through. Good molly. Exposes him.
This is the thing. The nade doesn't find him, but he knows he's not there, right? So that's what's helping him guide that Molotov. But Satan for Falcons. This is the high ground to the east of water treatment that nobody went for. And they played around really nicely. Meku can get rezzed here. But with Falcons on that high ground, difficult to crest the ridge ahead of Matic now. Falcons, however, do not have a lot of cover to play with. These sightlines very exposed. As soon as they peek, it's 2, maybe 3 teams that can take shots at them. Matic getting lit up, hops in and out the buggy like a mad bunny rabbit. But he's looking to try and keep his hat on there. As he gets behind the smoke does bloom. They have some cover. Can they stick the res? It looks like they might be able to. Smoke's blooming on both sides. That is an incredibly fast response from the Gladiators to establish control of their territory.
Yeah, the thing is that for the Gladiators right now, for both Falcons and S2G, they're going to be pushed out into a really rough spot in the zone. So this was the prime time for the Gladiators for the Falcons actually to get some good work done. Unfortunately, now the Gladiators have the inside track here. Falcons have to either force themselves down over towards Power or push into the Gladiators. Football is Chaos have been pretty much out of the fight for a long, long while. No one played on that northeast side. And now finally coming up to backstab over towards the Gladiators. A nade in hand for AZ, who was holding it down. I like that from AZ. Allowed his team to send forward, but needs to call now back for reinforcements.
He needs to be worried about Falcons peeking up over that ridgeline, but his teammates handling business over that side of the map are going to see to it that that is a lot safer for them. Still one more player to deal with, though, and it looks a little bit shaky as Tixie goes low, but he pulls back, doesn't over-aggress. The Falcons are a little bit frustrated with that one. You can see in the player camera there, but either way, Gladiators isolate, and AZ's just giving ground, nice and disciplined here from the Gladiators. A set of strong plays keeps them up as 4. And they'll look to move on into the east. Footballers Chaos may have given a little bit of an advantage away, but Al-Haji from Power still going. Finds Meku. In a dangerous position as well, as up goes the vehicle in flames, and Gladiators down to 3.
I think what's more surprising in this lobby is the fact that AZ has been kind of manhandling 4 players as a solo. Wasn't able to keep them off the ridge side the entire time, but he delayed long enough to get the rest of his team back up here. But I do think that the response on the rest of the squad has been rather slow.
Certainly agree. I think they have struggled to regroup properly. I'm surprised that Foot Chaos sent all the way out and committed to this high ground fully. I mean, I guess you do just have to challenge Gladiators on this high ground to be in with a chance of getting forwards. But now they're the ones kind of stuck on the edge. Power are moving forwards with their duo, and it's not out the realms of possibility for them to get further and ladder up on this match. Power as well, a threat to the top of the tables. They have been a surprise breakout from this league stage, but Al-Haji does go down, and AZ, the one to do so with the UMP. Potential for a res on a crawl, unless a nade finds its way over to them, but looks like Matic might be looking for the flank instead. Wary of this, Easy steps up, but it's not going to matter because Matic handles them. And now Gladiators have their flank completely open. They can start to move down south. It frees up a lot of mobility for them.
Yeah, the issue is that all this side that Footballers Chaos have been maintaining is a little bit awkward to leave from, which is why they wanted to get over towards this edge. It's also why there was no teams on this northeast side either. So though they got the safety, they weren't really part of a lot of engagements, which is why they're only on those 3 eliminations, sorry. But that still gives them at least a second or a first place off the back of that, which is nice. So a 6 or a 10-pointer here on the cards for them. 3v4 should really be in the hands of Footballers. But we'll see how things pan out here. I think the amount of nades on side aren't terrific right now for Gladiators.
2 nades for Doka Machine. The split out for Gladiators implies that they're just going for a pick right now. waiting for someone to peek. That might be their only lifeline. Shots are ringing out. They should know where most of these players are. Matic trying to draw some shots over from Rookie, but he is the furthest out on that flank. AZ not quite there, but there's the push. Beautifully orchestrated. Tixi moves in, and whilst Matic is hopping about up on the top, he's pulling heads. Tixi lines up the spray to allow Matic to get the flush, and it's 3 versus 3 now.
I mean, for the guys here, it's not bad at all, honestly. The Gladiators. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon about Tixi. Maybe you do want him in these moments. And honestly, Frozen's a great sub, so having him available just to move in if someone's feeling a little bit off on one day is useful. But now Footballist is firmly on the back foot now. Falconist has to get up front and personal. Will be able to do it.
Gets up to a nice rock there. Has that right-hand side cover to him. With the vehicle now in position, Matic wants to nade this out. A long-range nade, looks for the cook. I think that's going to fall just a little bit short there. Puts another one up into the sky. Tries a similar arc of Storm. Trying to stay low, but the Mini 14 now in action. Matic trying to pop up over the headland. Doka Machine smoked off from his position. Falconist with 2 lined up for the Gladiators. Both of them hit the deck. Nades pouring out their way as well as Matic on the high ground continues to go. A knock over to AZ from Doka Machine. Those nades starting to play effectively. And looks to put another into the same location. Tixi not going to take the damage from it, but the bullets from Doka Machine's barrel still there. And Gladiators get swept aside. It is Footballist Chaos to find a 1-2-3 string of solid knocks over towards the Gladiators to put 3 more eliminations up on the board. Adds up to 6 total. And they take 16 points on the match. Footballist Chaos relieved to be able to take that one down.
Yeah, it's a good game, that. And I think that, honestly, that comes back from giving a little bit too much space, putting a little bit too much stock in the Falcons fight. I think if they were there in that moment with AZ, potentially it's a different story over on that northern side. And I genuinely, I can understand why they went for it, but if you looked at the terrain there of that game, it was always going to be the fact that if Gladiators played out on that north side, eventually Falcons would have been that very similar situation where you're just walking out into open zone. And it maybe was a bit greedy on the elimination front instead of going for the chicken dinner. So either way, they pick up themselves a nice amount of points on that game. I think it was 9 that they finished with, potentially 10 with the shot onto Footballist, and 6 points. So it should be tied technically with Footballist, so everyone's happy.
There you go. Nice even division between those two teams, and Gladiators close to the top of the tables, looking to chase down IWNRX towards the top. You can see most eliminations there for Tixi, but it was the Moneymakers to get the highest amount of damage there on Icy. 695 accrued there, so good stuff from Icy.
Yeah, no, so just 1 point behind. It's 15. Yeah, for Icy, he had a great standout there over on the Moneymakers on that southeast side of the map. It looked really, really good for him. Power also squeezing into 3rd place with 9 points, but very, very even split in terms of those points scored today. 7 points for 3D Max. I think they've been getting consistently towards the 6 to 7 point mark, if not better, on their games. So really, really well done to 3D Max today. Regnum Kayabra, once again, strong initial spot in the game, but a lot of indecision going on from their side of the camp. I think eventually you have to make a play.
Yeah, that's a true statement. I think that they definitely lack right now on that playmaking capability. IWNRX 5 points on this match, getting 5 elims, but no placements, going down a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have liked. They were on that northeastern side and tried to take control of the high ground that the Gladiators were pushing from towards the end of that match. But they were just not able to find the openings. They got a decent point scoring game, again, staying consistent, but not going to be as much as the Gladiators. And so that means that I think the Gladiators are going to be pretty close by to IWNRX after that match in terms of their striking distance for those tables into the final game today.
Yeah, very, very close. I am excited to see where these overalls have taken us. Gladiators up to 86 points now. Really good stuff. Regnum Kaya still in third place. As much as I like to knock them, they're still getting consistent points every single game.
Still keeping up the pace. S2G 72, slipping down a little bit. But they still got those 2 chicken dinners, tied them over. 11 matches played. And no standout, secretly really powerful teams with only the 6 matches played on this front page, like we saw from DA previously, being 6 matches behind, but being on that front page. It is just full chock-a-block of these 11 match teams here. With Power, I think the team that has really, as I said during that last match, started to really impress people in a way that I don't think they were expecting coming into this tournament. Top of page 2, it's still Team Spirit with 55 points played on their 6 matches. 3D Max getting close to that mark, though. They are right in the wings of it with only 6 points behind. Of course, if they're able to get that tiebreaker, they do win it with the chicken dinner that they're able to get today.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think for 3D Max, we sort of underestimated how good a day it's been so far, with their 5 matches almost tallying up with Team Spirit. Fireflux with 11 matches, 49 points. So although they are tied, it's a very different experience right now for both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
One is much less happy than the other.
Oh, for sure. Any day of the week, as we see our bottom 4 teams. It is going to be comprised entirely of teams on 6 or fewer matches, unless Team Falcons can jump up with a 3-point game, or 3 points more than Heroic, right? That is kind of the difference that they need to make, because Heroic will be playing in the next match as well. But still, those bottom 4, certainly not where you want to be seeing yourself at the end of day 2, as it starts to be apparent that you're not really keeping up with the pace of the rest of the lobby. We are going to be keeping pace with the broadcast, though, as we'll be going to a break, coming back with our last match of the day. It's one more Miramar to go. We'll see you then.
Elimde logosunu bilmediğim bir takım var.
Bakayım bir.
O yüzden
Allah kahretsin.
Aha, bekle.
Merhaba, ben Fireflux'tan Keç.
ben de Lux.
Всем привет, меня зовут Андрей Препод, и я капитан команды Brute Force. Всем привет, я Андрей Чудо, я фрагер команды Brute Force.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Yekta. Bugün yanımda Kollex'le beraber takımların güç sıralamasını yapacağız.
Aa kimmiş lan o?
Biz geldik ama
Nasıl olabilir bu?
en iyisi olmak için ve en iyisi olmak için çalışıyoruz her zaman. O yüzden ben şuraya direkt bizi baş köşeye koydum.
Я думаю, это восходящие звезды, поэтому поставим их сюда.
Elimde logosunu bilmediğim bir takım var.
Bakayım bir.
O yüzden onları New Challengers kategorisine yerleştireceğim. Daha önce görmedim.
Если она в прайме, то здесь без шансов. Дальше идут Moneymakers. Я их поставлю в восходящие звезды.
Çok değerleri bilinmiyor ama çok şaşırtabilirler. Allah kahretsin. Regnum Karya biraz zaten bizim Türklerimizden vazgeçilmez ve iyi oyunculardan oluşan bir kadro.
Это хорошая перспективная команда, поэтому отправляется вот сюда.
Beşiktaş eSport.
Bence Rising Stars.
Rising Stars. Yükselilecek yıldızlar diyorsun ha?
Bana öyle geliyor yani, ben öyle düşünüyorum. IV, NR, Nextria diye söyleyeyim yani. IV, NRX zaten ilk yeni kurulduklarında bir uyum sağlayamamışlardı ama son turnuvada gayet iyilerdi. Açıkçası ben de Türkler arasında iyi kadrodan oluşan bir vazgeçilmez olarak söyleyebilirim.
Next'e ben Tapkans'a koyarım.
Koyarsın da yer yok.
Tapkans'a bekle.
S2G
Tamam.
o da Tapkan'ı hak eden bir takım.
Tamam, onu
Onu da Tapkan'ı kategorisine yerleştiriyorum.
elimde dişlerettik var.
Takımımız geldi.
Tapkans'a koyarım.
İyi oynadılar, iyi mücadele ettiler. Burayı kazandılar yani, hak ederek geldiler. O yüzden yükselen yıldızlara koymak istiyorum ben. Umarım burada da başarılı olurlar. Zaten hepsi sevdiğimiz çocuklar.
Дальше идут Gaming Gladiators. Я их поставлю в восходящие звезды.
Rising
Be.
Stars ya da Tapkans ikisinden birini yerleştirebiliriz.
Logo'nun personası bilmiyorum da.
Team Spirit. Претенденты на топ-3 этого турнира.
Yani keşke yukarıda biraz daha yer olsaydı, herkes oraya koysaydık da.
Всем пока. Всего наилучшего. Всем пока.
We have one more match for you today. It is going to be Miramar, and hopefully it's going to be exciting. We saw at the end there Gladiators not quite able to descend from that high ground. It was Footballers Chaos to be able to move over from the eastern side to be able to take that one down in the end with some nice controlled 1-2-3s right through in those final moments. Still an exciting match. The melee in water treatment was pretty brutal for a lot of teams as well, and those hillside controls were hit and miss for some of these teams trying to enact them. But we're moving into our final match for the day as these teams race for their chance to make it to the Esports World Cup happening later this year from the 19th to the 28th of July. The PMWC occurring in Riyadh over those dates. The top 4 teams in our finals. So once these teams have made it to the finals, the top 4 teams from those finals will be moving straight to the group stages. And then the survival stage is for that 5th place team to join the teams who don't quite make it all the way through those group stages to be able to try and qualify for the finals over in Riyadh later this year. It's going to be an exciting international tournament and everybody looking to try and stamp their ticket there, which is generally quite a profitable tournament. We've seen a lot of money be earned over there before, I think most notably from Vampire Esports, right? They were able to earn, I think, over the 2 years, like almost $2 million from that tournament, from just winning that tournament and just making their year.
Yeah, I mean, for the PMWC, it's a really big old tournament for not only brand value, name value, but also just value. Get yourself some money. Yeah, we're waiting to head into our final game of the day. Got some yawns coming through. It has been a long day. I will admit to him. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
A lot of games to be playing over a short amount of time.
Yeah, he'll be all right. Crack a monster. You'll be fine. Falcons, we saw some frustration from them at the end of that last match, and here's a difficult position that they had. It felt like they were playing nicely around that water treatment area, and they did get not a terrible result considering where they are in the overall standings, but frustrating nonetheless not to be able to make it further through on the match. But they have another chance now. We're jumping on into Miramar. The plane path playing down from Minas del Sur over towards El Aznahar in the northeast side. I'll take that back flank because you know what's happened. Oh, we had to have one sometime soon. We're going for a rehost. The plane just giving us a teaser of the Miramar sandy dunes there. Oh, no, we get another. I think this is still a rehost, though, so we won't be seeing this plane path actually working.
It's a lie. The plane is a lie.
They're locked in, though.
Yeah.
They still think they're going.
I can't. Are they bamboozling us?
Who's getting bamboozled here? That's the thing. Because they look very much in the game.
There we go.
No. There we go. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, headphones are off. Headphones are off. Definitely a rehost coming through.
Yeah, so it's always bad news when the headphones come off. That's the indicator. You want to know an indicator? That's the one.
When we get some of that Muzak starting to play again as well, around in the background, that chill out, inter-match music. That's what I like. It's a vibe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just waiting to get back into the final Miramar of the day. The worst time to get a rehost. Final match.
Yeah.
Dang.
You make it all the way here. You think, okay, one more. Okay, I'm ready. I'm locked in. You're hyping yourself up, and we just gotta sort some admin stuff, guys. But they are gonna have to wait for just a minute to unleash the beast with Monster Energy, the official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. You can find out more about them at monsterenergy.com/gaming, and tell your friends about it too. Why not? You know, they surely would love to know about it as well. Blank still waiting for his Create a Monster to arrive. I'm not too sure when that's happening. I think that's only if you fill in the survey in the chat, as far as I'm aware, that he's going to be able to get that. So check that out too. Why not? Have an impact on the future of the PMSL.
I was snapping a quick photo of my cat. He's looking really silly.
Oh dear. Is he terrorizing your cables again?
No. Look, even I'll do you a favor. In fact.
Oh, you're going to send it to me?
There you go.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I'll
check this out.
Shall I audio describe it, or are we?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, where are you sending it? Okay, I'm opening it. I'm opening it. He is indeed looking very silly. This is a.
How are you going to describe that?
This is a cat who looks like he's been on a really rough night out last night, and you just come into his room with a plate of tuna, and he's like, "Oh, you're a lifesaver.
You're a lifesaver, mate.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, mate. Oh."
Yeah, he's hanging out. He's hanging around. He's fine. But we're getting back to the match. So, thank you, Dio, for giving me some amusement before we went in.
What a cool guy. Very considerate. Yeah, but the headphones are back on. You're right, Blank. Oh, just adjusting that one. And the other one. Yeah, no, that's good. So much changed when you touched them just then. Did you notice? It's a completely different look at the beginning and the end of what happened just then.
I know. Get it on Miramar. Doesn't quite run.
No. We'll have to figure something else at some point. I'm sure there's something in there. And now I'm going to be thinking of nothing else for the next 20 minutes. Plane path over from Tierra Bronca down to La Driera this time around. This is pretty open as a plane path. It's not too dramatic. Players can drop out, grab vehicles, head to Puerto Paraíso for the moneymakers if they want to. But they might, they're just going to be dropping out early. I imagine they're just going to grab vehicles and razz it on down there, lickety split, unless the circle pops up somewhere else. So we'll have to wait and see. Actually, a few teams dropping out of El Azahar. Heading down to this south direction. Looks like Power going to divert. DA, though, sticking to their guns. I think there's a third team in grey, IWNRX, I think that is, over towards El Azahar. So potentially a hot drop here for Power and IWNRX.
Potentially. I think this is the first time anyone's really challenged out IWNRX. Actually, no. The Power did do this, but weeks back. At this point, and I think they've interspersed some of these engagements. WNRX should be ready for something like this. And I think a lot of times they have won out the engagement. So Power pushing their luck. I believe this is the third time. But they'll have to get a move on soon. Circle heads far down towards that south side. Even includes a little bit of Partona.
That was a very hard south shift for these teams. Fidan wielding the Winchester. But not for much longer. Swain's got the Scar. Fidan flushed away very, very quickly. No damage sent back, so nice and efficient. Easy also. Pinged out. Taken down with the knife of Kine. Getting that flush, and it's really great start for IWNRX. Power not so happy about proceedings here. And those 2 points, Blank, mean that IWNRX are over that one. Well, they're at the 100-point mark. Triple digits achieved.
They've done it. Good stuff. And Power realizes that this is a bad idea. Shouldn't do this again. Didn't work the first time. And didn't work the second time either. So give it up.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time it will go better. No, it won't. Get out of dodge. Get out of position. Power in 7th place right now. I mean, in general, we've liked what this team has done. But today, I feel like it's not been quite as effective as we've seen from them in the past. So hopefully they'll be able to get some points from this 2-person performance in the rest of today and come through in their next game day a little bit more efficaciously. They will be playing in the next game day. Being in Group D, they are the last set of teams to sit out. So we'll be seeing them right until Saturday. They'll be sitting out the Sunday.
DA on our screens, heading down towards that south side, starting in Impala usually. And Heroic in Los Leones, deep in Los Leones actually as well. So we'll probably have to just try and vacuum up all the loot that they can before figuring out where they want to sit on that side. We're getting our first circle closed now. So a lot of teams have to start thinking about heading towards that circle down on that southern edge. 3D Max this time around don't get to move directly up towards that northeast side. They will have to avoid S2G and or rotate alongside them. Also Enigma Galaxy with Brute Force in El Pozzo. Let's see how that one pans out for them.
Yeah, they're pretty close. It looks like they're sharing quite nicely now. They've been quite civil over in El Pozzo. Gladiators might look to change that, but they're still quite split around that La Cooperaria drop. For the time being, anyway. Enigma Galaxy sending Ralph out to the west, looking to scout that western road, and that's going to be pretty valuable for them. RCB moving on the east side of Los Leones, trying to get into the positions south of the city and try and take control of some of those hills. Can be really, really valuable to get into that south hill position. And RCB, we know that they like to get into strong positions early to try and survive as long as they can. Making the most of those positions so far today has been a bit hit or miss, but they're still in 3rd place overall. 76 points right now, and with a position like they have right now as well, they could have a decent run at getting up towards those 90-point marks.
Yeah, I think that this is a good. It's not bad, and it is not as bad as it has been in the past for RCB. Again, they make good initial rotates. I like their initial rotations. This is sort of how I expected it to go between Brute Force and Enigma Galaxy. I don't think Enigma Galaxy is quite ready yet to take on the Brute Force.
Now, Lord spotted there. Shudo plans the long-range shot, looping it. Oh, goodness me. I'm allergic to those shots. Oh, that was nasty.
Yeah. That was sick. Really potent. Need some flu medicine.
Their shots are certainly flying. Lufa, last to stand. And they are on the hunt. They want to take down this team in El Pozzo before they get on the road again. And it's just Lufa trying to hide out. I feel like he heard some footsteps there because he's pulling the pin on the nade. They might have scouted out this information as well. and they know the building is in at this stage. Lufa aware of this now. Gonna have to fend off against 4 players from Brute Force. A push in from Prepod. He's right next door. Lufa has the nade. He's trying to send it out, but somehow Prepod doesn't land the DPS shots, and Lufa's back in for more. The spray down is beautiful, and Lufa can turn around for a little bit more. Opens the door, but it's just a little bit too quick there, and Neos has the spray. Freezer, angry about that one. Leashing a couple of rounds from the M249. Looks a little bit wayward there, but Brute Force pull it back together.
It was a tiny bit peeved. Tiny bit peeved. Looking at Onyx Ravens over towards that eastern side, moving down. But yeah, Enigma and Alexia will be their final match of the day. Finishing in 6th place, 66 points. Not ideal. And the 666 does not bode well for them either.
Spooky.
Very spooky. I would not want to be ending my day on that score. Hopefully, Power can leapfrog them. Or Virtus Pro. Take them out of that position.
Yeah, try and jump up. 2 points needed for Power. 3 points needed for Virtus Pro to draw to a tie. And that's what they'll be looking to put more than that on the board. But Power obviously losing 2 of their players earlier on to IWNRX. Going to have to try and move in. Currently, they're going through Puerto Paraiso with a full surround of the Moneymakers. So I'm not too sure if the Moneymakers are going to try and stop them or if they're going to try and split them apart. But yeah, okay. I think they pulled up here and played split. I'm not entirely too sure exactly how these 2 players did get split up. But the Moneymakers, I mean, going into Puerto Paraiso, you've got to expect the Moneymakers. They've been dropping here every single game. Kante wants a challenge, and we'll be given it. We'll take a shot over towards Koa, but that's not going to last too much longer. This East Road still going to have some action. As you can see, the Onyx Ravens moving down this coastline. The res needs to come through. They need to heal because they're going to have to get through as well. Another delivery of vehicles is on the way from the Onyx Ravens, who are still wanting to move down this roadside.
The channel that runs between it. Mostly high ground people are wanting here. Moneymakers over towards Onyx Ravens. Sally, full broadside, not able to pick up the elimination, but Ali in a very bad spot. Should get flushed out here.
Yeah, the Moneymakers re-establish their roadblock after recovering. And just in time, Onyx Ravens trimmed, but not cut out just yet fully. And they are ahead of the curve on terms of Moneymakers' movements, right? They can get in a little bit faster as long as they can navigate the bumpy terrain nice and effectively. Could potentially get ahead on that one. And this terrain really, really sticky for this next circle. Falcons with the high ground compound right now, right in the middle of this next circle, looking pretty decent in their spot. Can they capitalize? 18th place on the overall tables right now. You can see that on the skyscraper on the right-hand side, 22 points. So they do want to be putting up numbers. Closing down the day strong would be great news for them. And this is a great position to do it. The difficulty, obviously, as it is whenever you have a high ground compound like this, is that everybody else wants to take it from you. If given the opportunity, they will crash you, they will take you down.
Circle is moving now, though, so people are just getting into position. I think most teams have found a decent spot down towards the south side. I mean, Minas Tavai is still open. You can head there, play that one out for a little bit longer. I think 3D Max currently just slowly hurdling their way in. Trying to potentially hold out some teams that are on that northern side, still attempting to get in towards the circle. I don't mind it around Chumacera. Virtus Pro have spotted out over towards DA, who rocked up on the south side of the coast. Virtus Pro are on a long split.
They're not super exposed right now. Their northern position covered off by Falcons on the high ground, as long as they don't go down to that high ground. Corker, the most exposed right now. But DA, I don't think are going to want to push too far up on this one. Obviously, if it's a hard south shift, they've still got that zip line they could go over to Partona with. could be pretty spicy. I think that would be very dangerous and difficult to
and a bit
make
silly.
work. Very silly, very fun to watch though, and would be really cool on a highlight reel to be able to make it work.
Excitement.
Yes. Falcons high ground compound still sits strong. But it's a little bit to the east of the circle, and S2G on their roadside compound, similarly in a nice, powerful spot with their south covered off by that high ground from Falcons.
DA just hunkering it down. I don't want to do too much with this one. Moneymakers making their way in on that south side. That's going to be really difficult. Rotate for them. S2G got a very nice spot for themselves. Just on the eastern edge. Excuse me.
And goodness me. Heroic. Certainly can't be getting tired under pressure from the Moneymakers. They are on their way further in. Obviously, Heroic also having to make their way through. Moneymakers biding their time. I think they've heard some of these vehicles ahead of them. So they're worried about high ground camping. And Icy moves up to a position to get an overlook once he crests this ridge line. Spots it out, spots it's clear. Can keep moving forwards now. And Heroic onto the road. Dangerous path to go through. Everybody's going to hear it. And they find some buildings just inside the circle. Onyx Ravens close by, but they're not going to stop this one from going in. Vigor's on the high ground above them. But Heroic have the low ground here. They've got all 4 of their players in. And if Vigors goes down, that's basically it. Heroic might even have multiple buildings on this southeast side.
The classic RRQ Athena spot.
Oh, yeah.
Got so many teams from here back in the past. Actually, kind of one of the first teams to make that spot very popular. Since then, it's become pretty basic. It was always fun watching RRQ Athena there. In the meantime, Moneymakers comes against RCB, who got their initial position. Can they hold on to it? That's the main question here.
Silas around the edge.
Suffering.
Koa was rezzed, but Silas is just flushing them out. Mini 14 in hand. In comes Bishke wading on into the battle. Icy is there as well, but Bishke's holding the door. Silas tries to pop the Mini 14 through the door frame, but not going to land. Not tagging on just yet. Icy in the opposite building there. Silas and Wild on the off angle. 2 versus 2. RCB versus Moneymakers. They might look for the res, but no. Koa on the inside, trying to stay low, trying to stay quiet. Everybody moving in through these hills in the meantime. Falcons want some shots down. Fireflux moving in on the north edge. DA might get a sideswipe. And Heroic just beneath this, potentially. Move on up, but you can see they're a lot further down the hill. Molotov in from Icy. Silas peeking the window, but it gets burned on out. Knocked on the outside. Can't really go anywhere with it. Icy spraying on in. Koa's back up. Wild can't hold his nerve. East side now claimed by the Moneymakers. They're up to 7 limbs this early.
I mean, that is the Moneymakers for you. In come Heroic. Some good mollies through.
Ooh, nice.
We'll find at least one. Gets the second burn onto it. Koa last remaining, and Ragnarok brings the thunder.
That is the most coordinated I've seen Heroic been in a long time. A nice third party, well timed, figuring out the extent of the scrap up top and taking a higher ground position against them. Really well principled. Nice to see. In the meantime, Falcons have gone. Where did they go? I think, did Fireflux take them down? I think they must have done.
Yeah. What was the That would be the only thing that makes sense. I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were in the midst of all of the scrap further down the hill.
I was just in the midst.
We missed the top of the mountain. Yeah, I'm just going back in the map feed here. And yeah, absolutely. It was Fireflux pushing in, finding a solo player from Falcons, taking the knock and just leveraging the fight from there. Really strong stuff from Fireflux to be able to take that high ground position. Very, very high value.
Cold X picking up his teammate here. They finish off the final player from Onyx Ravens. brute force, able to get in towards a tucked away area. I mean, you say coordinated, but basically all Ragnarok. But they all went together, though.
That's true.
So
that's what I mean.
I will toss you a coin for that one, sir.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I shall save it for a rainy day. I shall cash it in then.
Every time I try to say IWNRX really quickly, I trip up. IWNRX?
IWNRX.
IWNRX. There you go.
IWNRX.
Looking to finish off their day strong today. Up at 102 points at the moment, with the elims added. I think they've had a stunning start to week 3.
Oh, it's okay.
That's also a stunning amount of damage. If they go down here just like that, I will be sad. But it will be a good finish. Triple digits. Very nice.
Yeah, they will still have had a good day. That is, I think, fair to say. Frozen wants to keep them running, though. Is Heroic. Try and coordinate themselves over his way. Will be able to do so once again. That's the most coordinated I've seen Heroic be in a long time. Oh, they've taken a nade. Oh, there's more.
I mean, the nades are just flowing through from
there's more.
Fireflux.
Oh, no. And another one over the top. Not quite bouncing long enough. Fireflux bullied Falcons off of this high ground compound. Now they're looking to do the same to Heroic. Next circle pops out west. Virtus Pro, very wide split on this western side. They've had this for a long time. You called it out earlier, Blank. No one really playing on this west edge. And it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic to move out this way. The road is sat in a massive valley between these two hilltops. And that is going to be a major factor moving forwards. Virtus Pro having the compound on the south and the position on the west with a compound is going to be super high value. But I don't think they can hold both, and I think that they've read into that. Moving up to that west compound, probably going to play very, very well for them for spiking out towards teams trying to take the positions on the east.
Yeah, you took into that compound on the western side, certainly. I think they're going to get some value out of the information gathering over towards that north, but if you took into that compound, chances are you have a great game. Finish this one off if it doesn't swing all the way over towards that eastern side. Victor.
Okay.
Interesting, but well played also. It was like, Virtus Pro, shut the hell up.
You shoot at us, I shoot one at you. You die. With the K9 barking pretty loudly. Virtus Pro should be okay to get this one back up, though. And it will only assuage a little bit of pressure onto 3D Max for the next maybe 2-3 seconds now as those reses have come through. Those heals will start to come in, and SnowX immediately tucks back down the hill because he knows that that is about to come through, or maybe should have gone a little bit further down for some cover. Oh, no way. Victor is humbling them right now. Close to humiliation, in fact.
Shut the hell up.
I
actually, in my head, I was like, he's going to do it again, isn't he? He's going to get shot at and be like, no. Stop this. I mean, well played. I like that.
Sit down. As Kelsey has to try and park nice and loudly out the door, steps out wide, and Rookie shuts it down. Docker Machine still with that M249. Football is chaos. Going to be holding out. Heroic on the east. They've been okay this match, funnily enough. They've got 8 eliminations now. I think I saw that on the side. No, 7 eliminations, sorry, added up. And Fireflux haven't been able to dispatch them. Gladiators as well. Moving Buki behind them. And down to just the one player now. As Ragnarok doesn't take damage from the nade. Tixie giving a full 360, spinning the radar, trying to figure out where he's going to launch this next one, and it's off the money. DA moving on in as well on this south side. Heroic trying to play them off against one another. That high ground position for DA over the compound that Heroic sits in. Very tricky to navigate. Spray from Yekta. A little bit crazy there, and it's actually the nade from Nico to be able to shut it down. 9th place, 2 limbs, ends the Gladiator's day. And now Heroic can start to move further west, but DA are ahead of the curve on that.
You know what's funny, John?
What's funny?
Virtus Pro hasn't taken a shot at 3D Max in quite a while. They've
Oh, no, Victor,
They've been
please.
shooting at brute force and at footballers. Makes me laugh. This should be a Virtus Pro win, though. With this shift over towards the western side and Corker handling the majority of the zone here, should be a pretty easy game. Most teams kind of concluding their days, let's say, over on this eastern side. Oh, finally, Snowix goes down. Come on, Victor, one more.
Where is it? Snowix flushed. Oh, dear. 3D Max. Getting peppered away. Oh, it's not to be. 2 for 1 on the knock trade, but that one unfortunately seals the deal. And Virtus Pro can now maybe start to move Furia back in. They might want to do a little bit more work against Brute Force on the north from their compound, but no, they're just going to pull back, play that compound to players on the west. As Heroic try and crash the ridge, and Yekta gets 1 for 1. They get more as well. Hassan with shots over towards Nico. Neither of them finding it just yet. Just the one player now in action for the players on Heroic. They've had quite a heroic effort this match. Storm on the inside for S2G. Try to push on in, and Hamzy able to move on in. Shots from the top of the hill, but it's not going to matter because the nades are there instead. It's Brute Force rolling on in, but they're similarly just going to get suppressed from the high ground. Prepod makes the cross with the DBS. 2 players down on the inside, and he can just flush these out. Nothing really stopping them. D8 not paying attention out this way. Gets the shots in.
Yeah, it's just amusing to me because I sort of saw that happening in slow motion. Usually what you want to do is you want to sit down in this shack and avoid suspicion. Brute Force on the edge there. The freest 2 eliminations of their lives. One of the easiest shacks to actually nade in as well. Back door is just completely open. Crazy trying to make a quick getaway. You're not that slick.
You're going to have to get up earlier than that to get past Prepod. DA, 2 players on the east.
Game's going to finish without Virtus Pro on this side of the match.
This is... Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro have just had this strong position for so long. And now they can move up. They've got full cover from the west. They know nobody's there. So they just play this west side. They crunch everyone else in. No matter where the circle goes, it's Virtus Pro's game to lose.
Brute Force. On your screen. Like you say, it is Virtus Pro's game to lose here. And they could lose it if they make some silly mistakes. Brute Force had a pretty bad day. But these are the king of comebacks on your screen. Slowing things down slightly. To be honest with you, having 3 teams at stage 6 is sort of unlikely unless you see a circle like this one.
Yeah, the characteristics of this circle that force those combats is this big valley that the road sits on, right? It makes...
Yeah, it's essentially a stage 8.
The whole hillside, yeah, the whole hillside essentially just becomes maybe 2 or 3 positions rather than the 7 or 8 you might see. Well, 7 or 8 may be a bit much, but maybe other than the 5 or 6 you would regularly see in a circle of this size. Brute Force trying to move up. DA not quite finding the knocks as the card just tipples over the ridgeline. Nade. Doesn't find Freezer. Not just yet. Virtus Pro. Just continue to choke this circle out. There's really not much more they can do. They are playing this one as they should. With the favors they have been granted. They've only got 4 elimination points. Maybe they want a little bit more. Corker certainly does. He's spraying over towards Judo. Not able to connect, though. As they will be able to get the healing done, but nobody else is in the zone right now. Milky Way's still playing all the way on the south. Not too sure he's going to get much value for that position, but Furia spots Coldex. Looks for the flush as well. Picks up the point. That's 5 now. Prepod wants to move in, try and find Scarface, but freezes down. That'll slow his roll somewhat. The vehicle goes up in smoke. Chudo seems to be pinned in as Freezer is flushed away. Corker continues to spray over to Chudo, but can't quite finish the deal. As Prepod nades over towards Scarface, but I think Furia wants to find it instead. Scarface forced to reposition, but the buggy takes him down. Now, Brute Force, a Virtus Pro to handle. Can he hold behind the buggy? No, he can't. It is, of course, Virtus Pro to chunk it away, to chip away at the circle. And in the end, there was nothing anyone could do. They had such a convincing hold. And Virtus Pro take a chicken dinner to close day 2.
Yeah, it's a good game from them. Well done. Overall, some big celebrations. They needed a big match at the end of the day here. It's been a pretty poor showing from them on the other matches that they've had. I mean, their initial match on Sandhawk, not too shabby. But that came from what I would say fairly weird start to it. Yeah, this is a tough game. This is a really tough game. Also, power should never drop on IWNRX again. I think it's a bad idea.
I would agree with you on that one. I think that it is not the best of ideas to drop on a team that is so currently strong, right? And they should have known sort of what was going on there in that scenario. IWNRX, a decent game. They didn't get the most done, but I think they've done enough on the day to have a really, really solid result. We saw them break that 3-point barrier, going down a little bit into the game. I think they were up at 102, 103, something like that at the end of the match. Prepod getting the most elims. Furia getting the highest damage on 699 there for Virtus Pro. We said that we didn't want Enigma Galaxy to end up on the 666, and Virtus Pro was one of the teams who would leapfrog them if they did well, and that's exactly what has happened there. So it won't be the 666 finish for Enigma Galaxy, fortunately for them. Over the course of the day, though, I feel like it might be another MVP for IWNRX and Zedwolf.
Maybe. 699 damage as well. Nice. The numbers all coming together here for Virtus Pro. Saved Enigma Galaxy's life, and essentially, so they should be very thankful for them. It's been a curious day in terms of point scoring. I don't think we've had any like big old chunker matches, but we have had a lot of matches where we see this first page just be filled with actually just decent points. It's so close. It's so close a lot of times. I think we've had tournaments in the past where usually it's 4th place that gets maybe like 7 points, and everyone else underneath 4th place just gets none. And all of them are up towards the top from 1st, 2nd, 3rd place. I don't know. I've really enjoyed casting PMSL EMEA so far. I've really enjoyed being here, purely just because it is so competitive. And that's what I'm all about. Competition.
It feels like one of the harder lobbies as well. Like it's not a pushover by any stretch, and everybody here is performing. I mean, you have teams like Na'Vi, like Team Falcons, to an extent like Onyx Ravens, who aren't performing at the top of the tables. I mean, that's incontrovertible, right? But they are still really talented players in really, really tough spots, right? In a lot of these scenarios. Obviously, there are misplays being made, and we're sort of talking about those as we go on. But still, to be able to do anything in a lobby of this caliber is really quite impressive, and I'm really quite hopeful at PMWC for the EMEA teams. I think that we're going to have a really good shout from the region to be able to have a bigger impact, perhaps, than we've had in the past. There it is.
That's it.
You got him.
Let's take a look at our daily winners whilst I sort out my daily hair.
It is a constant battle, I think, for both of us. But we're working on it. Daily winners, a full spread. No 2 chicken dinner winners today. Moneymakers opened the bidding with a really high damage 15 elim chicken dinner, and then kind of disappeared for the rest of the day, right? We saw them have a little bit of a scrap in that last Miramar, but then they went down to heroic at the end.
Look, they made their money.
They did.
And they were gone.
Money made. Not doing anything else. I'm busy now.
Yeah. Thank you. But for the Onyx Ravens, 1,000 damage. They did nothing that game. And fair play to them. That was the most relaxed game I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, they were just super chill.
So chilled out.
There was nothing really that anybody was going to be able to do against their position on that Erangel match. They were able to take it home. But I feel like we've talked a lot about the Onyx Ravens. They haven't been putting up huge numbers, but consistently they're just sort of like fun to watch.
Yeah.
And I think that, again, in that scenario, it still was enjoyable to see them be able to come through in the end.
Excitement for the Onyx Ravens all the time. I'm a big fan of them. I think Ali deserves big props. He's a great player, and I think he deserves to succeed in life and in the game.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at the overalls right now. IWNRX. Can you say it faster?
Maybe. IWNRX. Oh, no. That didn't work out for
I
me,
don't
did it?
know. Currently 103 points. First place. First team to slam through the triple-digit barrier. And they've still got 2 more days to bump up those point scores. So, you know, it could be another 200-pointer for IWNRX. And Gladiators at 88 points, second place. I think that's the big surprise here on the tables.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive glow up coming through for the Gladiators, bringing Tixie back in and showing us that even with him in, it's still a stronger roster. So perhaps it isn't just that 4 players that we were talking about, because we did have our doubts at the start of today about Tixie being a valuable asset, obviously being kind of shown up by the day 1 performance of the Gladiators. But no, day 2, just as consistent, 44 points each day. Really good result. And Tixie obviously being in the mix today proves that it is just general improvement across the roster. So that's really nice to see them really start to find their feet, find their identity, if you will. After Kitsune left, they've been able to really bring that through and play all of their players, which is pretty unique. We're not seeing anybody else rotate players out with this frequency.
Yeah, it's interesting and difficult to do, but they are pulling it off. Looking down towards our second page, 3D Max at the end of the day on 51 points, so weren't able to quite match what Team Spirit were able to do, but I think even getting close to what Team Spirit's able to do on a single day is an achievement of itself. So I think 3D Max is improving slowly but surely, and looking like a much more well-organized team. And again, to do that on a day where S2G's in the mix, where they have struggled the most, that's impressive. Very well done to them. On our last page, Twisted Minds down in 13th place, but it is Team Falcons only putting up 24 points here. And Brute Force, with that last game, get themselves up to 17, 30 points. So, again, they are the king of comebacks, so we'll wait to see what they can do in their last 2 days, John.
Yeah, they've got 3 more days for Brute Force to perform in the games that they have. Obviously, sitting out that first day, they will be playing the entirety of the rest of the week. For the time being, though, they are still down in the shadowy places at the bottom of the table, which is certainly somewhere you want to shine a light on. Sometimes you just got to remember to turn it on, you know, and that's what Brute Force need to do to gain speed here. Let's take a look at our MVP. I feel like it might be Zed Wolf again, and yes, here it is. I mean, this guy just doesn't stop. IWNRX, granted, they've had a really strong week, but this is actually quite insane. I think this is the 4th MVP that Zed Wolf has now had, right?
Yeah.
Do they go for the rematch?
I think they should go for the rematch. But you know what I think? I am sick of seeing Zed Wolf as MVP. I need the wisdom of the Spice Girls. We need to spice up our life here a little bit. Can people start doing a bit better so Zed Wolf doesn't dominate every single day? That would be ideal for me.
I mean, you take Naomi out and nobody can do anything, right?
Yeah, but I also don't want the MVP not to be Zed Wolf on the day that Zed Wolf's not playing. That does not count.
Yeah, you got to spice up your life. You got to say stop. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're doing the Turkish circuit.
Okay, yeah, they're going for every Turkish team out there, trying to go up against them. And that might just be too much for them if they take on RCB, but they are still keeping it together nice and strong.
Well, we can defeat Fireflux, so
going against Fireflux. I mean, they're still up, right, on their record. They're still 2 for 1 at this stage. They certainly have had their fair share of unleashing the beast with Monster Energy. Of course, the sponsor here at PMSL EMEA. You can find more out about them at monsterenergy.com/gaming, and you can hopefully get a little bit of that juice from Monster Energy.
Beastie with it.
Oh yeah, unleash that beast at the appropriate time. Let's obviously...
Anyway, I am once again begging you to fill out the survey, please. I will get myself a full pack of Monster if you fill out the survey. There's a certain amount that we need to hit. All right, so if you fill it in multiple times, that's really cool. But please, just let us know what you think about the show. What could we improve? What could we do better? Don't say that Blank should stop begging for packs of Monster, though, because I really want one. But again, please do fill out the survey. We love and appreciate you all that watch the show. Thank you so much for joining us here at the PMSL EMEA.
Absolutely. And if you enjoyed the show, you're probably going to enjoy keeping up to date with all of the EMEA action over on our social media channels. You can see them down below on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Make sure you hop on over for the best of the best content to keep you up to date with everything PUBG Mobile related. Nothing's ever going to keep you down, is it, Blank? Me, John Allen, him, Blank. We've had a great time today. It's been an interesting and quite level playing field kind of day, but that is just sometimes how it goes here in EMEA, a very competitive lobby, some very strong players. Once again, Zedwolf top of the tables. Is anyone going to challenge him for the top spot? We'll have to wait for Nomi's return tomorrow for Team Spirit. But for now, it's goodbye from me. It's goodbye from him. We'll see you on the next one.